What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Riverbend Springs $10 million challenge, which is no longer going to be Riverbend Springs. It is now going to be Montana, Judith Plains to be exact, which is a mod by DJ Modding. The mod will be in the description of this video. DJ Modding has some of the most amazing maps that FS25 has seen. In my personal opinion, Montana is absolutely insanely massive American farm. It is a 4x farm, so it is PC only. It is not for consoles, unfortunately. So, to kick off this very first episode, this transition, let's call it a transition, we need to sell our fields. All of it. We're not going to harvest anything. I don't even think anything's really ready to harvest anyways. Yeah, it's all other than the grass and the cotton, which we did harvest in the last episode. However, there was an issue whenever I shut down the game and the game crashed, and so it never actually saved the harvest, which is fine. It's no big deal. We were going to sell it anyway, so I didn't see it as too big of a deal. So, from my calculations that I did prior to starting this episode, we have a total of 75.13 acres total. That is a very important number to remember because that's the exact amount of acreage that we're going to buy in Montana. Okay? The way this is going to go, we are going to buy the exact same acreage that we have here in Riverbend Springs. We're going to buy all of the productions minus the cereal factory. Yeah, I know. There's a reason for it. Because there is extra productions in Montana that are easier to manage. So with this one, we have to have a honey production. We have to have grapes. We have to have a grape processing unit. We need sugar. So therefore, we need a sugar mill. It's a whole thing just for cereal. No. Now, if we were to continue this on Riverbend Springs, absolutely, we've done the work. We would keep the factory. However, because we are switching, when we switch over to the Montana, I'll show you all the productions that I'm talking about. They're a lot better, and they're a lot easier to manage. So we're going to do that way, okay? Now, in the last episode, I had y'all kind of try to remember the amount of cows, the amount of sheep, and the amount of chickens that we had, right? We're going to carry all of them over to Montana with us. We are going to sell all of our equipment. We're going to buy different equipment in Montana, okay? We're going to try and keep what we can, but the profit that we're going to make from selling the fields and selling all the equipment and selling all the productions will be put towards Montana, okay? So whenever we load up into Montana, we're going to have the amount that we have currently sitting in this very bank account, all right? So the very first thing we're going to do is we're going to go through and sell these fields, okay? So this one's 5.86, sell that. This one is 7.29. Look at the field, not the total acreage, the field acreage. It's different. That's what I calculated, all right? And this one is for $200,000. This one's for $48,000. This one is $200,000. This one is $139,000. Now the big problem in Montana is land is expensive. It is not cheap. I kind of want to do the starter farm, but I kind of don't too because there's other ones that are better in my opinion, that I enjoy better. We're going to keep this field right here for now because we have our cows there. We need to take care of our cows first. We're going to sell this. Let's see. Wait, what? You cannot sell this land while you still own a placeable on it. You have to sell all these objects first. Okay, so let's see. Construction menu, that's what I was going. What's the placeable? This one. Sell it. Sell the field. Yep, okay. He's selling all this land pretty much back to Walter. That's basically what we're doing. We're going to let our productions run out. We're going to sell everything in the productions. Okay. And we're going to go from there. Okay. I don't agree with this. So, when you buy a piece of land, right, you buy everything that's on the land, including the placeables that are right here. I don't agree with if there isn't already a placeable on the land that you buy, you should not have to sell it in order to sell the land, because you should be selling that placeable with the land. Does that make sense? I don't know. Selling all this stuff. Get it all gone. Alright. We are no longer landowners other than field 2 with all of our stuff, production-wise, and field number 9 with our cows and our farmyard. Alright. Let's get these productions ran out. And we're just going to fast forward time. I don't care what month it is. We're going to, once everything is done, we're going to sell. We're just going to sell it. I don't care what month it is. We're not going to do all that. We'll have to keep an eye on everything. Like the sugar mill or the, where is it? There's a couple, like this one, the greenhouse. I'll have to keep an eye on it. Go ahead and run it all out. We'll actually probably fast forward months instead of doing all that. Let's go ahead and unrealistically take care of this lettuce though. We'll just kind of move everything over. I don't want to throw it across the farmyard, but get it all kind of in the same area so that way it's easier for the truck to pick up. Yeah, this might be a little bit of a longer episode just because we're trying to get everything moved over to Montana. We're moving an entire map, so it's kind of a process. It's not a very fast one either. I know this. I've never done it by experience. And I've never seen it done, I don't think. But this is new for me. But it might be part of my challenges where, for a while, we might stay on one map, and then we might end up moving. Because I just get bored of the map. Which I'm not bored of Riverbend Springs or anything, I just didn't see potential. I lost sight of potential. That's all. For $10 million in a year, this map ain't it. This map ain't it. Okay, I think that's all of it. Yeah. I'm very excited though. I hope you guys are excited. If you are, make sure you hit that like button. This tells me, that like button tells me everything when it comes to you guys. Of what you guys want to see, what you guys don't want to see. Like, dislike, I need to know. So, other than the lettuce, I don't think there's anything else that we really care about if it runs out. Yeah, we're just gonna do the thing. We're just gonna do the thing. Let's go do the thing. So with fields, we're at $3.2 million, which is a lot of cash. But I'm not gonna buy over acreage, and we're gonna start at worst case. We get done with everything, right? We buy all our equipment that we need. We buy to the point that we're at now, okay? We buy the land and all that good stuff. If we're still at like, $5 million, we're gonna kick it back to 600,000 because that's where we started in the episode. And I'm not gonna cheat that way. That's a cheapo way. I'm not a fan of that. So we're gonna do this with as little cheating as possible. And if there's anything that we do wrong, well, hopefully I hear about it. Hopefully I hear about it. Let's see. We still got to run out the dairy. We're just gonna take the L on the raisins, it looks like. Because we can't pull it out. It's just gonna stay there. The bread's going well. Basically, I just want to make sure factories aren't getting full. Okay, we're not filling up the honey no more. Lettuce is going. Canola oil's done. The fabric is still running the wool. TMR, we don't care about. We're going to sell it, so. Alright, let's do another month. The tailor shop is now out of wool, or out of fabric, so that means that, well, that doesn't necessarily mean the spinnery's out. It is. Okay, so we got the tailor shop that's done. We have the the spinnery that's done. Oil mill's done. Grape honey production, grape processing unit. The dairy, one of the dairies is done. Cereal factory's done. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, both dairies are done. This one has 105 liters in it. I don't care. Grain mill's almost done. The greenhouse is almost done. Sugar mill's getting there. I think the longest one's going to be the sugar mill. Sugar mill's still going, man. That's insane. Yep, greenhouse is done. Dairies are completely done. The grain mill is done, so yeah, it's just a sugar factory we're waiting on. We'll get everything else going. Yeah, we'll get everything else going first. Get this going. What in the world? Oh, I sold it, that's right. Weird things happen when you sell things. Okay, so we're gonna disconnect this. And we're gonna load up on everything. So this might be a little bit of a long time lapse. I don't know what I was thinking. Look at this, hang on. Let's just do this. Click this and change output mode to selling. Selling. Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a loss, but not much. And then as far as I know, I think you have to, anything that's already outside as a pallet, you have to go pick it up. You don't have a choice. Selling the TMR. And the close. Alright. Now all we have to do is go past an hour. 3.2 million. To 3.8. It's not bad. Not crazy, but not bad. Yeah, we are all good here. Alright, let's go around, see what's outside, pick it all up, and we'll go from there. I'll be 100% honest. I did not realize how much wool we had. We had so much wool. This might take a few loads. I feel like I should have gotten the flatbed instead. Just lease the flatbed and go from there. Like lease like 2 or 3 trailers. But I genuinely had no idea this is how much wool we had. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. Let's just do this. Shift I. Shift I. Okay, it's blocked, quote unquote. It is blocked, but nonetheless. There we go. Loaded weird, but I'll take it, I guess. There we go. Why does it stack only the 1? It doesn't... Okay, that doesn't make sense to me. This is gonna take forever. But in Montana, I think we're gonna start out with our animals like normal. We're gonna start with getting the land first. Okay, getting the land, figuring out where we want to go, and then after that, we'll worry about our animals. I think. Either way, we have to feed them, so probably not, right? But I don't want to buy a crap load of productions until we're able to afford the production costs. We are going to immediately start, planting and all that stuff. We're gonna rely on workers like crazy. I might end up downloading Courseplay to make things a little bit easier. And I've never used Courseplay before, so it's going to be a whole new learning experience for me on that mod. Some of y'all probably have used Courseplay in the past. I have not, so this will be a whole new experience for me. And I'm so excited for this map. Y'all have no idea. So excited. Alright, I'm gonna get all this stuff done with the wool and stuff. I'll see y'all at the sell points. Alright, rolling up with our last load here. And we are at $4.4 million. We're just going to leave this here. Shouldn't need it again. If we do, I'll figure it out. We're not going to sell our grain or anything like that. I understand we got a lot of it, but it's going to take a lot of time to do that, so I'm not going to worry about it. We will add high can't sell. We'll add... see. Nah, we won't add it. It's fine. It's just like $200,000. No big deal. Okay, so let's go back to the farmyard. Actually, we'll start selling these productions. Dairy's gone. Dairy's gone. Grape processing unit. Sugar mill. Cereal factory. Honey production, oil mill, treehouse, or greenhouse, a treehouse, and TMR production facility. I think that is, oh, the grain mill. I think that's everything. Bakery, spinnery, tailor shop. Bakery is up here. Tailor shop, and the spinnery. Do we have any other productions? Nope. We are clear on productions. Alright. Now for equipment. Man, this is gonna hurt. I don't like doing this, but we're going to. Backspace to sell? Yeah, backspace enter. Okay. We're gonna do this pretty quickly. You never really realize how much equipment you actually have until you have to go sell it. Alright, we're at $7.5 million right now. Let's go back to the farmyard. We have to sell all of the placeables and all that stuff. We have to get rid of all the animals. Wow. This farmyard's looking empty. Very empty. It's bittersweet, man. It's very much bittersweet. We'll leave the wool. It's fine. It's all good. So sell 87. Sell those two. We'll go over to the cows or the buffalo. We might end up doing cows instead, by the way. I'm not sure on the water buffalo. We'll see. We might do all animals. I don't know yet. Let's see. I'm gonna sell those two. Sell that 100. Our big money makers right there. And then our chickens. If y'all can't hear it in my voice, like I said, it's bittersweet because, you know, this is where my recording started, you know? This is where my YouTube started. And now we're moving on to bigger and better things. Chickens are so cheap. Alright. Let's sell their pens. We can now sell field number 9 and field number 2. Alright, I don't think we have any more land. We need to sell this stuff. Sell the water. All placeables. All placeables that I can sell. It might not let me sell that placeable. Zoom really in on it. Let's go with something else. There we go. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to sell that barn actually. So, construction menu. Again, we have to sell all placeables, which is silly to me. Wow. Just our leftover pallets. This is it. We're moving to Montana. This is awesome. Let's get into flight mode here. This is awesome. All of that. All gone. To move on to bigger and better things. And I think we need to sell one. Yep, we need to sell Walter's land back to him. And that's it. We don't own anything on this map anymore. It's a fresh map. That's awesome. So we're going to annotate that down. $8,622,346. It's a good amount of cash. I'm going to write it down right now. We're going to get over to Montana, and I will see y'all there. So, 75 acres. Alright, everybody. We are here in Montana. This is a huge map. Absolutely massive map, okay? Like, for example, this is your, if you load up starter, with a starter farm, 82, 91, 94, 95, 102 are all your fields. 82 alone is 20 acres. Then you have a 19 acre field over here, which is 95, and you have a 15 acre field right there. So let's fly around the map. Let's see what's going on. For my realistic watchers, excuse the unrealistic, but this is so much easier on a 4x map, okay? So much faster. We got an Applebee's. Yeah, we got real things here. Tim Hortons, which I've never heard of, but some of you may have. The fire department with Wendy's right here. This is our dairy. Not ours, but will be. They got a Del Taco from my West Coast. I think this is where you buy propane. Yep, at Tractor Supply. See, the realism in this one is a lot better, in my opinion, too. You got a Casey's gas station right here, too. But this is just one of the small towns. Here's our pizzeria. This is one of those extra productions I was telling y'all about. Got your grain mill right here. I think this is this is our livestock. There's the train rental. You got working buttons over here. You got the bakery right here as well. So everything's kind of right here, but also, if we keep going up, like I said, that's the starter farm over there. These fields are huge. I can't even put it in perspective how big these fields are. But if you can't see, you have, for my 21 plus only people, Jack Daniels and Yingling. Yingling's more East Coast. I know it's been moving out there towards the west for the past couple years, but Yingling and Jack Daniels. What is this over here? Roberts? Ford Motors. Look at that. Got Ford Motors over here. Alright. But this is one of those pre-built farms. This one's really nice. You got another one over here. You got one right here as well. Yeah, they're kind of, I think there's one right there too. So, nothing crazy. I think this one's a grain mill. Yep, Iron Ridge Grain. So that's that first town we were at. That's the first town. You have the second town down here, down south. And it's got a little bit more to it. You got a restaurant on a boat over here. This is the restaurant. This is where you're going to sell eggs and things like that. We're going to try and sell to those main chains if we can. Then you got all this stuff over here. Small little town. You got McDonald's. My favorite place. Let's see, what else we got? All this little strip mall right here. You got Subway. Eat Fresh. You got the post office. What is this? I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. The oil mill. Got a Dollar General that we can sell to. I think there's a BP gas station here somewhere. I don't think I've ever found it, honestly. But I know there's one here. But yeah, this is Montana. Oh, there it is. There's the BP gas station. I call them Kinjos. That's what they are down here where I'm at. All right, let's take a look at some. Let's take a look at some fields. Let's take a look at some ranches. See what we like, what we don't like. So this starter farm I don't like because you have all your stuff here. You also have stuff here and way down here. So it's kind of a pain to organize things on that farm. You have Wild Prairie Ranch, which is huge, which is right next to these factories right here. And the fields are actually kind of decent around here, around this one. So this one has potential. Let's check Timber Sage Ranch. Let's check the fields though. You got 90 there, 89 there. Very low yielding fields that are close. So probably not. Bison Ridge, which is, we're right above it. Let's see. These fields aren't terrible. I mean, we've definitely had worse, right? What about Snowcap? Okay, 95 there, 97. Ooh, 121 there for 5 acres. 20 acres, 123 yield potential. That's huge. That's huge for 20 acres. 21 acres. Untag that. 113. Oh, wow. These fields are kind of nice. What about up here? Yeah, these fields are not bad at all. Up north. What about 111? How big is that field? 79 acres. That's our entire... That was Riverbend Springs. Right there. It's actually bigger in that little section right here. This is how much acreage we had on Riverbend Springs, just in this one field. This one is huge. This is the biggest one. 133 farmable acres. Absolutely ridiculously insane. I thought about doing one of these open lots too. I'm really bad at farm building. Like, really bad at it. But I mean, right around this open lot has a lot of potential on the Wild Prairie Ranch. Let's go take a look at that. It's cluttered. It's a little small, but the fields are really good. Really good, actually. What about this one over here? This was Bison Ridge. I think this one had potential. I mean, I like it. Ooh, copper. Copper or Cooper? 111 there. 29 acres there. 18 acres. These fields are huge, so we might go with the starter farm. Problem is it's expensive. Let's see how many acres is all this. So remember we had about 70. We had 75.13 acres. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. And let's figure out how much these fields all around costed, or are, in acreage. 18.35 plus 11.43 plus 10.03. I did not plan this out on purpose because I wanted to do this with you guys. So 18.2 plus 8.26. So 66 acres just right here. So we could actually do that plus 18. We didn't add the farmyard in Riverbend Springs, but let's add it here. 0.22. That would actually put us over that 84 acres. But I mean, this one would put us way over the starter farm would. 20 acres there. Yeah, just not worth it. What about Bison Ridge? Bison Ridge is 7.14 acres. And this ranch down here, but you're gonna have to drive everywhere. I like Wild Prairie. It's in the middle. It's a good middle for everything. I think we do it. So let's go ahead and add up our get our money in here. So we had a total of 8 million. Oh, well, let's go ahead and find that. Yep, set money amount. 8,622,346. So set that amount. And let's go ahead and buy some land. So we'll buy this, obviously. That's where our equipment's gonna go, all our cows, and see, they already have husbandries for cattle, 2 for cattle. You got 1 for chickens, which we're gonna figure that one out later, and then sheep. So exactly what we had, plus an extra cow stall. We're going to buy the 2 biggest ones. We're going to buy this one here. So I think those 3 alone are the acreage that we had in Riverbend Springs. I'm telling you guys, this is going to be huge. This is going to be a huge change. And I cannot wait for it. So let's minus out the 8.26. And I know we're not going to be exact, right? We're not going to get the exact acreage. But I think this is actually kind of close with just not buying the field 50. We're at 76.23, which is literally 1 acre. So I think I'm okay with that. So we buy 56 as well. Boom. We got our fields. We have our location of where we're going to be. So now that we have our location, this is our location. Here's our one of our cow pastures, huge. This is another one of our cow pastures right here. Then you got the chickens, which the chickens is a little small. If you look right here, you can actually have 500 chickens in here. But if you have 500 chickens, you're moving pallets every day, or every hour, really. So I don't like this little chicken coop, so we're going to replace it. And then here's our sheep. Our sheep have a massive area. So, but yeah, these are nice. This is a nice little farmyard. Huge silo with corn dryer. God, I'm so excited. I hope y'all are too. This is our fermenter, so we don't have to do this bunker silo anymore. We can just do straight corn silage and be done with it. Alright, let's get into the nit and gritty. Let's go ahead and get some equipment bought on here. Alright, we're buying my dream tractor. That is a given. A 9R. We're going to let it go up to about 600. Yeah. 600 horses. Big boy. We're going big on this one. We're going to do BKTs. BKT twins with weights. With a front weight on it. At 1,400 pounds. Or 1,400 kilograms, excuse me. No ISO compact. That doesn't make sense. And we're going to do US because we are in the US. Okay, this is our first tractor. We're going to get an 8R. We're only going to have 2 tractors because that's all we had, right? We're going to get an 8R. I know y'all are kind of tired of seeing an 8R. I am too. Let's not get an 8R. At 458 is what we had. I do kind of like the case idea. Yeah, let's go with the case. Why not? US, ISO compact, yes. 3-point attachments, BKT tires. And we'll just do wheel weights on this one. And we're going to go max horsepower, 435. Okay. Now we're going to get a semi-truck. And I have a mod now. I got this on Mod Hub. You got the Roadrunner Plus mod. And this truck goes up to 99 miles an hour. We'll probably hit the cruise control at like 70. It gets a little bit uncontrollable around 99. We're going to do the 950 power shift. And I'm going to design this, so I'm going to skip this and y'all will see the end result. Alright, what do y'all think? I like the truck. I like it a lot. I like this. Orange is my favorite color. I really enjoy orange. That metallic green I like as well. So we're going to buy this for $146,000. Not terrible. And then next we'll need some trailers. So We need a grain trailer. And it needs to be kind of big. We actually need, you know what, we're going to go with an auger wagon. 95,000 for this one. Twin wheels. It needs 300 horsepower, that's fine. It's more than enough. Or the crawler track. Yeah, I kind of like the crawler track. Let's do that. We also need semi-trailer. So this one is 75,000 and it holds 51,000 liters. That's the one we had at Riverbend Springs. No, we didn't. We didn't even have one. Sorry. But for 15,000, almost about 20,000 more, you can get one that holds, it says 75,000, it actually holds like 80. So I think we're going to go with that. We need, let's see, probably a flatbed. Eventually. We don't have to buy it right now. We definitely need a plow. Get the biggest one. Just like we had. Cultivators, we're actually going to go with a disc harrow instead. We had one disc harrow, we have one cultivator. This is going to be our cultivator. We had none of the other stuff. We had one seeder, which was this seeder right here. So we're going to buy that. We had one planter, which was actually this Kinsey planter. So we'll buy this one. However, we will be upgrading to this one eventually. This thing is massive. The Kinsey is 18.2 meters. This one is 27. Huge. It's a mod on Mod Hub. Case IH 2160 Early Riser Planter Series. Okay. We're not going to get a sprayer. We're still going to do our regular weeding that we always do, but we're going to get two. Oh, we need to move things out of the way. First time in the John Deere 9R. Very excited. Go ahead and grab this big old disc harrow here. We'll try and use follow me. Hopefully it works out. Oh, we're still in flight mode. Let's get off that. Let's get back to normal things. You know, I was kind of worried at first that we weren't going to have money to replace all our stuff, but it's looking good so far. We're going to put this lizard on the front. And then we'll haul, like the planter or something. Or the auger wagon. This planter's gonna look weird on the front, but it works out. Okay. Let's see. Now we'll get the semi hooked up. This semi's a beast. Yeah, that engine brake. Oh man, we're gonna turn that off though because it's a little loud. Perfect. Let's get this over here so that way things can spawn. We'll worry about moving it later. Okay. We need the weeder, which is two of those. We want a lime spreader with a big extension and the 6-meter spreading unit. BKTs on those. 24 to 30. This has a 42 meter. I've never seen this before. This must be on one of the new ones. But it spreads lime and fertilizer. You know what? This is at 30 max. This is 42. We have those bigger fields. We're gonna do this. We're gonna sell that line spreader, and we're gonna try this new one out. I've never tried it. I didn't even know it existed. Had no idea. This bridle, sell it. And the FW 212 TD Profi Strewmaster is the way I would pronounce this. We'll get BKTs on them. Perfect. And we'll buy that. Let's see. We won't need any animal stuff at the moment. We will, but not yet. Harvester. We had the John Deere S7 the last time. And I think we'll stay with it. We got a modded S7. I don't like the crawler track, but we're going to take it anyways. US style with the BKTs. Oh no. Tailborg it is. Cool. And the combinations. I think we had the 13 meter. We're going to go with the 15 meter this time. And we're going to buy the corn header too, because we had that as well. Alright. Things are getting in the way. I'm going to transport all this stuff. I'll time-lapse it so that way y'all can see the map. And yeah, we'll get back here in a minute.
There was once a day that I would pray for you. I'd go and misbehave just so you'd notice too. Sneaking looks up and down from across the room. And damn, what a hell of a view. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight, don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase, so catch me if I fall. Praying that this night's gonna last. You got it all on tap, I'm loving your vibe, always have your back. We like all the same tracks, listen all night in the sheets all black. Said I'm falling fast, don't remember life before you, that's fact. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight, don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase, so catch me if I fall.
Alright, that should be all the things that we need to move. We'll pull this back here because we need to grab that grain header when it appears. I was thinking on the way over, when I was taking that equipment to the farmyard, that we may buy a third tractor if we have the extra money. We'll see. So it was the 15.2 meter. Let's go ahead and buy that. And the corn header as well. Now, for those that are a little skeptical on this, the starting equipment for this one, for this map is actually pretty hefty. It's pretty good equipment. So you have actually this header, you have this combine, and you have this header as well. That is the actual starting equipment for this map. So we're just going to set this stuff over here. We're going to speed up this buying process a little bit. This will need a trailer. Combinations. Big trailer. Oh yeah, big trailer. We'll just throw it on top here. Hopefully this works out. If it's the proper trailer, it should snap right into place. Yep, there it goes. Okay. Alright, we need a forage harvester. We'll get the cheapo one. Actually, the real cheapo one's this one. The Class Jaguar 695. It's a mod on ModHub. I found it. It's a little rinky-dink thing for little small fields and stuff. Something to get you started if you don't want to do grass silage. But we're not doing grass silage. Not on this one. And the header that we had was a pretty big one. It was this one. The 9-meter claws. We're going to use a different header. I like the header, but I don't at the same time. We'll use the John Deere one. I'm spoiled with John Deere, I guess. Okay. Mowers. I want to do this. I want to do the Krone. But we need room to upgrade, so we're going to do these mowers here. And these work fantastic. These aren't bad mowers. They do swathing, so. We're going to get a hay ventilation mod, which we already have. And we're going to do hay that way. We're not going to set it. So we won't need a windrower. We will need a forage wagon. Yeah, for the chaff and stuff, so this one will be fine. Let's see where we're at. Move this planter up here. Again, I'm just moving things, that way the buying process is a little faster for us. And then in the next episode, I will keep it chill on the unrealistic, I promise. That is a promise made. The promise will be kept. And in this one, we are going to have crop destruction on. We did not have it on at Riverbend Springs. We will have it on here. I'm thinking about throwing on plowing requirement because we're going to be doing corn. Both a lot of harvesting it and a lot of silage of it. And when you do that, it actually throws out a plowing requirement. So. Okay. We're getting low on cash. And I don't know if I want to do cotton or not. If we do, that'll be something we step into later on, but we need to buy productions. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. We need a baler. Let's go ahead and get a baler. We get the round balers around here. And we're going to do this $80,000 one that can do the biggest bales. And then we need the transport as well, 50,000, which isn't much. Honestly, I think that's everything. I don't think we need anything else. I honestly think that's everything. We need a chainsaw. Always. We always have a chainsaw. Yeah, other than fertilizer and stuff like that, we don't really need anything else. So let's look at the productions. The corn dryer and the fermenting silo are on our farm. We're going to do the flour mill because we had one. It's $288. We're going to do the baking because that's what we had. For $50,000. I want to do the oil plant, but I kind of don't at the same time. Yeah, we're not going to get the pizza yet. We're not going to get the dairy yet. We're definitely not getting the winery. I'm so done with grapes. They take so long. We will be buying the whiskey plant, and we will be buying Yingling. Yeah, let's go ahead and do the oil plant. Yep. We will do the spinnery, and we will do the tailor shop, but later. I know we were doing it, but the thing is I don't want to do wool for it. I think instead of sheep, we're going to do goats. And we're just going to do straight cotton for the spinnery because we have fields big enough. There's no reason for us not to, right? So I might go ahead and do it. Just buy Yingling. Nah, we'll work for it. I know we're at $10 million challenge. We were making a lot of money. Flour, bakers, oil. We do need more. I do agree. Definitely need the dairy. We're going to get it. We will get the spinnery. I think we get the spinnery. We'll wait for the tailor shop. And yeah, that's all we'll do for now. So we're going to go back to the farm. We'll move the equipment. I'll move the equipment later in the next episode. But we are going to go ahead and buy animals. What do y'all think? We think we should do normal cows or water buffalo? I think we should just stick with our water buffalo. We had 302 water buffalo. And I think they were all 18 months. No, they weren't. So 300, we're going to make 200 of them production ready. And the other 100 will not be production ready. So 200 at 18 months. And 102 at 6 months. Now all of our sheep were, there was 86 sheep. So all of our sheep were mature. I think we're going to do 86 goats and make them fully mature. I think that's a good compromise. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't know where the animal trigger is. Let's check the shed. This is cool, man. This is real cool. I like this. Alright, this thing can house 500 goats. That is ridiculous. And we're going to get a mix. We're going to do... let's see, 86, so here's 20. Oh, you can't get a mix. Okay, 20. 40, 60, 80. So 66. Yep, 66 plus 20 is 86. So buy that. Now for the chickens. Alright, so the chickens, like I said, we're going to sell the chickens. Don't hound me yet, just trust the process. I can't sell it? What? I thought I could. There we go. Okay, trust the process. Construction, chickens. This one. This one right here. This will be our first weird building that we're going to do. I just don't know where to put it. Like right here. would be the best area, I think. I think we have to raise it though, so that way we can level it out. Let's do that. Let's level it out. Oh yeah, that's perfect. That is perfect. Alright, let's get this softened up. Make it look nice and pretty. Nice and normal, I should say. There we go. Now you can do chicken slurry with this. I choose not to, because we don't really use slurry all that much anyways. Make this look real good. See that poor tree, man. I should have done something with that, but that should look pretty normal like that. Perfect. That's awesome. That looks good. I think 400 chickens? 300 chickens? We'll do 300 chickens. Sounds about right. $300 chickens sounds right. And all these placeables and stuff for my PC players that are going to play this map, you can't sell your placeables. Okay, so be aware of that. I don't think you can. Alright, so 300, 250 max. So there is 300 right there. 350 total. Oh, 350 total. No, I don't want 350. We'll sell the 50 of them. Sell 50. Yep. Here we go. 300. There we go. That's better. I went ahead and moved all of our equipment from the store over to here. Forage harvester and the combine harvester with our 9R are all in this trailer, and that bale autoload. We're going to need that 9R here in a minute. We got the semi-truck and the case over here with our trailer. That trailer is going to be a little bit of trouble if we end up purchasing the Jack Daniels, but we'll figure that out later. I only put the mower in here. I don't know what else to put in here. I might put the cultivator in here or a planter. I don't know yet. I haven't decided yet. And then over here is our big shed. It's got all the equipment in it, really. Planter, seeder, disc harrow, line spreader, all the good things. This one's got our field equipment in it. Some of it anyways, the weeders and the baler. Our plow, I don't really know where to put it. It's really tall. So I don't know if we should put it in that big shed over there or if we should put it over here. I haven't decided yet. We'll figure that out though. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop in the 9R. We have some cultivation to do because we have some mowing to do and then we have cultivation to do. So we're not doing sorghum and we're not doing potatoes. So therefore, we need to cultivate this up. We need to plow the potatoes because, again, just like in the previous episode, if it's a root crop, I'm going to plow it. I'm not going to cultivate it. It doesn't make sense. But sorghum can be cultivated. So we'll get that cultivated. We'll also get field 52 plowed up. And then we're going to plant, I think, barley for the chickens. Let's see what month. Because now we have seasons on. That's another change. Seasons are going to be on. So no more no seasons. We are going to be full seasons. I think next month we can plant barley. Yeah, September. So we can go ahead and get the fields ready. We can probably mow as well. Get some grass going for the sheep. Or did I put sheep or goats? Which ones did we do? We did goats. Okay. Yep, we got 86 goats, which matches our 86 sheep. We have 300 chickens, which matches our 300 chickens in Riverbend Springs. And we have 302 water buffalo, which matches the exact same in Riverbend Springs. The settings that we're going to use, we have easy economy. We got the traffic on, obviously, seasonal growth, 1 day a month. We're going to keep the snow on. I'm curious if the bug was fixed where it would be snowy until like July, right? So I'm going to try that out. We're going to have crop destruction on. Periodic plowing is going to be off, however, with the exception of root crops, we will be plowing those. Fieldstone is going to be off, and the weeds are going to be on. With disaster destruction enabled, for example, tornadoes. And then all the AI worker refill, automatic refill, is going to be turned off. For precision farming, the realistic spread pattern and the speed dependent application are off. Again, I was having a lot of problems with this, so I just turned them off. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to the work. We'll get this case going on the mowing, and then we'll get the 9R and we'll get cultivating and plowing. We should probably plant a field of wheat as well for our grain mill to get started on flour and bread and all that good stuff. Because in these next couple episodes, we're going to be playing basically catch up, right? To where we were with the last Riverbend Springs episode, where we were making tons of cash. We are at 1.2 million. I'm going to reset that back to 600,000. It was roughly 600,000. I want to say like 630,000 or something like that. But yeah, we're going to reset that so that way we're not on the cheating level of things. But yep, first bit of work for this map. Pretty excited. This is awesome. We went from a small American map to a big American map. I think this channel is going to be mostly American maps, minus, you know, like the new ones coming out, like Highland. That is coming out in November. Minus those couple things, I don't foresee us really playing on Euro maps very often. They're too small for me. I like small farms, but I don't at the same time. I like bigger farms like this that have a lot of potential, that make a lot of money. Yeah, we're going to get this plowed up. The time lapses are going to be a little different for you guys as well. I'll probably end up doing like half the field and then cut the rest out of it. That way y'all ain't got to sit around for like a 5-minute time lapse or something. I'll gauge it whenever I go into editing and stuff like that. But as far as these signs that are around the field are gone, by the way. But anyways, but as far as like old time lapses go, where they're like, you know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes long, and actually finishing the work, probably not. Because otherwise it's just going to be too fast and it'll look bad. It'll look really bad. But yeah, we're going to get this done, and we'll get the sorghum going too.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
Alright, I was just cleaning up those last little spots there. So, we had the 1.2 million, but I was thinking, if y'all see a little stutter, I adjusted some graphics settings, so hopefully it'll iron itself out here in a little bit, but I was thinking for that 1.2 million, we didn't put down anything for like the fertilizer bins or the cedar bin or the lime bin, and then we haven't put down our TMR production either. So those 3 things those 4 things rather, need to be figured out before we get rid of this 1.2 million, because that's part of our Riverbend Springs, right? So that was actually the crucial part. So we'll go ahead and do that now. We'll take a look, see where we can put things. Let's go into the construction menu. And let's see where we can actually put this stuff. I was thinking over here, but it's not all that level. And leveling it might become a pain. But I was also thinking back here. Clear some of this wood out. And we could probably do that. Make a path from where the old chicken coop was up to the path that's right here in front of the goats. We could probably end up doing that. Let's see. I know for the TMR production, it's drive-through, so it's no big deal. And we also need to put a space for hay ventilation too. Yeah, we put it right there, more or less, for the TMR. And then that way we can just drive through it. I feel like that's fine. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll get the same gravel. There's so many textures in this one too. So many. I like the new grass texture they have. So let's change that to a circle. About that, right? No. Do it like this. There we go. And we'll do the other side too. Basically you have to come in around the tree here. And right up to the production point. Oh yeah, it looks great. That's fine. That'll work. And then we're going to make this, we're going to do this. Let this grass come all the way up to here. Perfect. Get some meadow grass in here. Looks like they used the longer grass, right? Yeah. So that'll work. Might see a little grass in the shed. That's okay. There we go. That looks good. I like that. So now for the lime and seeds and all that good stuff. It's up here. Silos. Actually, I think it's containers, right? Containers. There we go. So a lime station. We're not putting it in the front yard. I would love for it to be there, but that doesn't make sense. I do think we go over here and put it like right here, and then boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Right like that, I think. Then the same thing with the solid fertilizer. And the seeds. Bring it on up right about here. Okay, soften it all up. Yeah, it's gonna look weird, but it's gonna work, so. If it works, that's all that matters. And it looks like they used a different type of mud. Looks like that, right? Yeah, that looks right. We'll just do this right here. Combine it all into one. Now we have to buy everything. Let's get this cultivator hooked up. We'll buy all the stuff, and we'll get the cultivating. Workers putting in work. Fill it all up. We'll end up putting the liquid fertilizer tank in it as well, but that'll be later on when we need it. We're almost to our spending limit, really. We still have 600. We still have 950,000. So I don't think I'm gonna have to set it to 600,000. If I do, we're only losing like $300,000, which is a lot. Don't get me wrong, but for this map, I think it's gonna be pennies, really. Cultivating is all taken care of. Looks like the worker just finished as well, so we'll grab the baler, thankfully, with the case, because I think the baler was going to look pretty ridiculous behind this 9R. A little bit of overpower on that one. But I still don't know what we need to plant, because we have all the things, but we don't have all the things at the same time, so it's not the same crop rotation, I don't think. I think we're going to have a different crop rotation on this one, which is fine. It's going to be a little weird, a little bit more different. The animals are going to need a lot more attention because there's so many of them. I am going to put this cultivator in here, though, in this long shed. I think that shed is too packed with equipment. So this shed should be a little bit better as far as accessibility to the cultivator. Which we shouldn't need too much because the planter is direct rail, so shouldn't be too big of a deal. Park this 9R over here for now, just for a minute while we get the case situated with the baler and the mowers off. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and take a look real quick at what we need to plant, because I genuinely don't know. So we do need to plant cotton. We do need to buy, we need to buy a cotton harvester. 2 of them to be exact. That's going to be a lot of cash. Canola can be planted, as well as wheat for flour. Yeah, wheat, cotton, and canola. Those are our crops right now. And barley, because of, and corn. We do need some corn for silage. We need a lot. We need a lot of crops, but we just don't have the fields right now. We have the opposite problem. Well, no, we have the same problem. We have the same problem that we did in River Springs. We just don't have the fields. Okay, so yeah, we have 4 fields. One of them being a grass field, which will be tilled up once we get the grass buildup. So we could do barley in 56, wheat in 52, canola in 49. No, corn in 49, and then canola in 54. I think that's what we'll do. Yep, I think that's what we'll do. My mind's set on it. We'll do that. Looks like we got a pretty good yield out of this. This field yields average 121 overall for yield expectancy, so potential yield, whatever you want to call it. So some spots get a little less than some, but overall it's not that bad. If that's the case, we're going to have a lot of silage, a lot of corn silage, which would be fantastic. That's what we need. It's going to take us so long, though. Let's see if this will fit. It should. I don't see why it wouldn't. We're going to pop this in the corner back here. Oh, I disconnected the wrong one. There we go. Now we'll put this here. And then put the back here. That should actually work out pretty good. Perfect. Alright, let's grab the baler, and then we'll get the 9R set up on the cedar planter. Yeah, the cedar. And we'll get this grass baled up. Let the worker take care of the seeding. Okay, that's what I thought. That's so weird. And now it's not letting me at all. I own the field. It's lowered. But the planting isn't going. It's not going in the ground. I wonder if it'll do it on the other side. I wonder if it's the plowed state that's keeping it from doing that. That's so weird. Remember the bug we had in Riverbend Springs with those 2 new fields that we had bought? Oh no, hey, you know what? It's not planting season. We can't plant right now. That's what it is. We're just gonna bale. Okay. Is it canola season? Ah, canola season. Okay, well we'll do that. We'll plant the canola. That's fine. Here I am thinking it's a bug whenever it was just my own, let's call it stupidity, because that's exactly what it was. But, can you blame me? Because we've been doing Riverbend Springs series for a while now. And, we've been doing it with seasons off, so I've been able to plant at my own whim. And here I am trying to, and I can't. There we go. Alright, canola's going in. But it's not putting down fertilizer. Okay. So I do think that is a problem. Because it's putting down fertilizer. If you look in the bottom right here, it is using the fertilizer. But per the precision farming, it's not. So I think you have to go through the entire rotation of planting it, harvesting it, and then replanting. When you replant, that's when the application will go on. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that, personally, but if that's how Giants wants to do it, that's fine. Alright, we're going to have the worker finish this up. We need to bale. We need to get baling going. And, yep, I will see y'all here in a little bit. We are all done with the bales. It looks like 48 bales, so there's 24 that can fit onto the trailer, so 2 loads. However, there was one that was 125 centimeters instead. So that bale I went ahead and took over to the goats. It was a small bale, like 3,500 liters or so. So I didn't foresee, it can't fit on the trailer with the 180s, so it has to be all the same size. Went ahead and just took care of that. And it looks like the worker is all done as well. They finished up right before we were finishing up that last line. Which, these workers they're pretty good on timing. They're doing really well. We should be all done with the case. I don't think we need it again. Well, actually, we might do the liming too, because lime needs to be put down here. However, I did also remember we did not purchase any soil information for any of these fields. So that could be another reason why I didn't apply any fertilizer. So let's do that. Purchase soil information for all these. I wish there was a button for that. You can purchase all the soil information for all the land that you have. That'd be kind of cool. Okay. That's all of it. So, yeah, it didn't take nitrogen. So I wonder if I can put nitrogen in the spreader, the solid fertilizer in that spreader, and if it'll take. If it does, cool. If it doesn't, then I won't be surprised. Because again, with the Riverbend Springs problem that we had. Yeah, we'll put the lime in here. We'll get the pH done. And then we'll also pH the other 2 fields. Maybe. Probably, definitely not this episode, but yeah, we'll lime this field, pick up the bales, be done. Oh. Okay. So you can fill the shovel, turns out. This is a new lime spreader that I've never used before. I've always used the other one, the red one. So that shovel holds 1,200 liters of lime. That's not bad. I think the bridal big extension holds 14,000 liters. So let's see how much this one holds. Looks like it holds a lot. I think it holds more than that. It does. Looks like 15,600. So not much more, but a little bit more. But the working width on it is 42, I think. 42 meters. So, which is huge. And I think we just turn it on and go. I don't think we have to unfold it or anything. The unfolding is for the shovel. We are going to do steering assist. Because again, I don't know. The spreader's wide on this. Wait, it said 42 meters. Let's see. It says 15. We're going to try and go a little wide with it. Yep, sure enough, it's 15. Okay. It lied to me. It must have been with fertilizer. It's 42. Which, that's fine. This will be fine. Line for the headland. I'm going to get the rest of this done off camera. I'll go ahead and get the other 2 fields limed as well. That way, when we come back, all we have to do is skip ahead to August, September. And then we are able to plant the wheat and barley as well. Get that going, get the grass turned into hay through the hay ventilation mod. But right now we're picking up the grass bales from the last episode. We ended up with 48 bales, one of which was a small bale, so we have 2 full loads minus the 1 small bale. And I don't really know what to do with it. I don't know whether to give a full load to the goats and then take the other load and make it silage, or put both loads in silage and then plant corn maybe? I'm not too sure. because we're gonna plant corn in like May, I think. Let me double check that. Corn is in April, so plant corn in April, and we're in August, so we're not gonna have any silage to feed those water buffalo. So I think we do that. I think we put one load of silage in. We get one load for silage, and then we put one load over there by the goats and give the goats grass to eat on. Now, granted, they can do meadow, but I'd much rather them be feeding on grass. We got to get barley in the ground. We got to get wheat in the ground. We have a lot to do. Still a lot to do. I know the last episode we didn't... Where do I think right here, right? I know in the last episode we didn't really get too much accomplished, but hopefully in this episode we get a little bit more this time. But yeah, I'm gonna finish picking up these bales, get the next load to the goats, and we'll probably press on to September. Now, I don't know how much this goat husbandry holds for food, but I think it's a lot, because 500 head of goat is a lot. So I would assume that it holds at least 200,000 liters of grass, right? I mean, one would have to assume. Well, it looks like the feed goes here. So we're gonna see if it takes the full load, because it's about 185,000 liters, roughly. It's a little slow going though, and it looks like it does not take it all. So how much does it actually take? 120,000 liters. That's not much grass. And see, they don't have a meadow right now, so I'm kind of glad that we are leaving that grass in there. And they won't have a meadow either, because we're heading into the winter. So what I think we should do is keep the grass growing, because it'll grow in September, it's going to grow in October, and then we harvest it in either November or December. I think that's the plan. I think that's the best play, because at that point we can have extra for the goats and then also extra for silage. And in September we're going to be planting barley and wheat as well in those other two fields, and that should help out a lot. Now, this was not planned very well. Alright. Yeah, we're going to get out of here. We're going to move on to September, and we're going to lime the two other fields. I did not get time to... I didn't get time to do those other two fields. So, because of that, we're going to go ahead and do it. We're going to knock it out right quick. And then we'll probably, yeah, in September, yeah, we'll end up planting as well. So hopefully the nitrogen takes. I know in the other field it did not. Maybe it will in this one. I hope so. I hope that's the case. Alright, welcome to September. It looks like we got some rain in the forecast. Shouldn't affect us at all because we are not harvesting. But let's go ahead and grab the lime spreader, and we'll hop in the case this time, see how well it handles it. And we're gonna lime up these fields, and then we're gonna plant these crops. So it lets me put down lime. I really don't think it's gonna let us put down nitrogen. I don't think it's gonna let us put down fertilizer at all. I hope it does, but I think I'm being a little too hopeful. Unless they did have an update for precision farming, maybe that fixed it. I hope. I didn't get to read the patch notes or anything. However, what I did see was I saw it on Facebook, so take it with a grain of salt. But it looked like they released the map for Highland, for the Highland fishing, and the map looks good, in my opinion. I like the field sizes. The field sizes are nice. They're not too small, but they're not too big. So that gives me hope for our series. Again, we're going to be doing a series on highland fishing whenever it does drop, and it's literally going to be a straight let's play. There's not going to be any challenges or anything. It's just going to be us experiencing the new content. That's it. Nothing crazy. We will probably end up cheating a little bit on the money because I would love to go ahead and get right into fishing and check everything out on that. So let me know if y'all want to do a separate thing for that. So if you want a video where we actually go through the fishing and all that good stuff, and then do an actual let's play series for it, or would you rather me incorporate it into the let's play? Let me know down in the comments. I want to know y'all's opinion, and let's get ready for highland fishing because I am very excited, and I know you guys are too. I've been seeing a lot in the forums and a lot of stuff on Facebook too, so people are very, very excited for this little expansion that's coming out. Content update, whatever you want to call it. I call it an expansion, but that's the World of Warcraft in me talking. But alright, let's get this lime down and let's get these crops in the ground. We got the worker going on that other field for the lime. We're gonna start seeding. Let's do. I think we should do wheat in this field, and then barley in the other. Let's see how that works out. Hopefully, it puts down the fertilizer. If you look, it says it needs it. Obviously, it did the same thing in the canola field. Well, let's turn this on. Let's see what happens. It's actually giving us fertilizer. Oh, that's huge then. Okay, we're gonna get a huge yield off the wheat and barley, which is fine. I would have rathered the yield be on the canola, since canola is a low yielding crop. But this works. I'm not complaining a single bit, and neither should anybody else. So, I was looking while I was doing the lime and stuff, and the opportunity for growth is huge. I didn't realize how small Riverbend Springs actually was, and so I'm kind of glad we moved to Montana, because I think if we would have stayed in Riverbend Springs, I don't think this challenge would have ever finished, or not in a realistic time frame, right? Like, we probably would have finished this next year. You know what I mean? So I think being on Montana, that's going to help us. That's going to help us move this series along very well. Once we get caught up to the point that we were at, I think we'll be coasting. I think we'll be coasting just fine. I wanted to take a look at a couple things. I wanted to take a look at the yield that we're going to get for the grass, because I'm not too sure if it needs lime or not, and so I don't know if we're getting a lime deficiency there. And then I also want to look at prices for a couple fields, because we have 4 fields, 3 arables and 1 grass field that's going to become arable, which to me probably isn't all that much in this amount of terms. As far as Montana goes, this is not much land at all. So in order to keep things running, we should probably invest in some bigger fields pretty quickly. And we need to look at our productions to see what everything needs, but 2, to see what other productions there are in Montana that we can do that we weren't doing in Riverbend Springs that we can add to our list. Because in Riverbend Springs, I think we had the bakery, the grain mill, which was bakery and grain mill combo. We had the spinnery and the clothing combo, the tailor shop. Then we had the oil factory, We had the dairies. What else? I think that was it. I might be missing something. If I'm missing something, let me know. But I'm pretty sure that's all the things that we had, and which was not going to make us a lot of cash. So what I'm thinking is we get our productions going, and then we get a big field, like a really, really big field, and then we start doing a cash crop, like soybeans. And that way we can get a lot of revenue from our productions, and then we can get a lot of revenue from our cash crop. I think that's the play. I think that's the route we go, and we'll try to stick to it as best as we can. Alright, we're going to get this seeded up and all the wheat planted, and then we'll move over to the next field, do the barley once the work's done, and we'll go from there. I don't think there's really anything else that we need to do other than probably refill this with solid fertilizer. But yeah, I think we're good. I think we're okay right now. We still have $934,000 in the bank. I was considering. Okay, now hear me out. All that money that we had is straight from Riverbend Springs, rightfully earned. Okay? Not wrongfully earned or anything like that. We didn't add money. Okay? This was all the money that we made after we sold everything in Riverbend Springs. I think we buy the almost $1 million cotton harvester. I think we do that. I don't know. That would drain us. That would completely drain us if we did that. But I think it'd be worth it. Because if we did that, I think the ROI, the rate of return, would be pretty phenomenal. Because if you do this, right, we do this, we get some money in, and the next thing you know, we get a big field, and the ROI on it's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. Just from the close alone. I think it's something that we look into. I don't think we spend all of our money right now. Or we could get another field, honestly. We probably could. What's 57 look like? That's 5,000. That's 500,000 for 22 acres. That's another 22 acres with 120% yield bonus. We could just buy another field. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think it over. We'll see. We'll see. Mistake. This part right here is wheat. We need to plant barley. I did not turn off the machine. I went straight to the next field. So we will need to get the cultivator and cultivate that up, because I did not mean to do that. So we'll fold this up right quick, get the cultivator, cultivate that up, fix our mistake, plant the barley. I might have a worker do the barley. Probably not. That's just me being lazy, I think. But I would like to look at this field right next to us that has corn in it. Maybe end up buying it and cutting it up for silage, or harvesting it. Keeping the field, obviously. I wouldn't just buy a field for field flip, but I don't really know what to do with the corn when we have it. That is the other thing that we had on River Bend Springs was a cereal factory and all the productions that it caused. But I don't want to do that on this one because that would be it was fun to get it going, kind of. I'm lying to you guys. It was not fun at all for me. Maybe it was fun for you guys to watch it, but for me, I wasn't enjoying the cereal thing because it was just so much to do and work up to. And then we got to it, and then I was like, you know what? That's whenever it set in that River Bend Springs isn't big enough for what we're trying to do. So maybe we try it later down the road, but I just don't see it right now. Because we're going to have a lot of work to do with just the little amount that we have already. And right now we're going to be skipping a lot. So once we get all this planted, we actually are going to skip to harvest season, really, because we don't have anything. I don't have anything to feed the cows with, or the water buffalo with. And we have the grass for the goats, but we don't have anything for the chickens either, so we don't have any productions that are needing anything but wheat right now. And so it's kind of just a skipping type thing where it's like a normal beginning series where you're skipping a lot of months because of you're waiting around for work, basically, is what we're doing. So, but yeah, let's get this cultivated up. Can't believe I did that. Actually, I can believe it. And we'll get the barley in, and then we'll take a look at our productions as well once we're done, and see what everything needs, see what needs to go in the ground next year, or later on this year. That is the other challenge that we have, is seasons are on, so we have to be very careful. Alright. Ooh, I thought I was going to crash there for a second. The game froze. Alright, let's get this fixed and we'll get this stuff in the ground. Alright, we're all done. I thought we were going to run out of fertilizer there for a second. We got real close. Real close. I'm glad we did not run out of fertilizer. But wheat and barley are in the ground, canola's in the ground, we got the grass growing. It's raining like crazy in September. I still have yet to really settle on whether to get the land or to get the cotton harvester. I genuinely don't know. I think we should go for another field. And I think that one over there with the corn in it is looking real nice. Because another 22 acres, that's a crazy amount. Again, more than what we had in River Bend Springs already. But I don't know if we should keep the corn, or if we should keep the corn and harvest it, or if we should cultivate it up and put a different crop in. I think that's going to be the determining factor. Because $500,000 is a lot of money, but we will still have a lot left over. We could buy another production. The problem was I didn't want to be production heavy and not have products. Because I don't even think we're all that production heavy, to be honest with you. I think we're sitting okay. Yeah, we're actually kind of sitting okay, so we do have the spinnery, so we do need to put cotton in the ground. But, I mean, we have the dairy, but we can't do anything until we get straw and hay. So we actually still need the grass field, and we need to turn that into hay. We need to get the hay ventilation mod down. We have the oil plant, which we have canola for. We have the flour mill for wheat flour. We have that in. And then we have chickens for barley, which is going to be our straw for the water buffalo. And we have the corn dryer. And dry corn is actually a lot more profitable than just regular corn, because you have regular corn, and per 1,000 liters is $1,500. Are we on easy difficulty? We are. We've been on normal, so, and we're going to keep that. So $909. Okay, $1,500 was a lot for corn. 909 per 1,000 liters. But if you do dry corn comes out to 1,900 per 1,000 liters. And if you look at the corn dryer, it takes 500 corn into 425 dry corn. So it's more or less a crash crop at that point. And if you buy Jack Daniels takes dry corn and regular corn and barley and puts it into whiskey. And whiskey is actually pretty profitable too. It's 4,300 per 1,000 bottles, which in my opinion is phenomenal. So we'd end up selling it to BP, either BP or Applebee's. Yeah, I want to try and stay to that point where we're selling to like Applebee's or BP or Dollar General or McDonald's, whatever, Subway, to keep it kind of like we're actually trying to keep up a town, if that makes sense, but also do our challenge at the same time. So I wonder, oh man, this is a hard choice. I think we buy this, harvest the corn, and then plant cotton. When is corn ready? That looked almost ready. So corn is literally ready next month. And cotton can be planted in February. But it's not ready until October. I think that's what we do. But the problem is we're not going to have, I don't think we're going to have enough money by October for us to actually have a cotton harvester to harvest the cotton that we're planting in the first place. This is a tough decision. This is hard. Because I don't know how, because we're going to do it. I mean, we're going to be doing the spinnery, we're going to be getting a cotton harvester and all that. But I don't know how to attack it. I don't know how to get after it. And it's not confusing, it's just, ugh. It's a lot of money, man. That is a lot of money. Because if we buy this field, and the production, we need to make, if we want the harvester that we're looking for, we need to make $1 million by October. That's not looking like what's going to happen. Because canola isn't even going to be ready until June. Then it has to get into the factory, and I don't know how fast this factory is. And the water buffalo aren't making money, the chickens aren't making money, the goats are making money kind of. They're producing goat milk, but not very much at the very moment. They will be, but not yet. Yeah, this is hard. This is a hard decision. Wow, I did not think this was going to be this difficult. Alright, we're risking it for the biscuit. We're buying it. Field 57, 22 acres, $500,000 down the drain. I hope this dry corn gives us a good return. I really do. Let's pop over to the precision farming and buy the soil information. Okay. So what are we expecting out of this field? Oof. Okay. Let's go look at it. Let's go visit. I want to pop right in the middle of the field. We need to move this anyways. Oh man, I forgot to go get that. That's okay. We can pull it with this if we need to. Alright, let's see the yield, because what I saw was not fun. Yeah, that's what I thought. 78% expected. Bad nitrogen, bad pH. Oh man. That's not gonna be good. I think we'll still make enough to make a good amount of money back. But I think that's just gonna cover our propane costs. Because we need to now get a trailer, a water trailer, that holds propane, because in this map on Montana, the water trailers that we were using to haul milk and haul water, they also haul propane. So, and I think they hold a little bit more too. So we'll have to get one of those. And yeah, we're gonna have to look at a cotton harvester. At least one. And if we get the case one, that's gonna drag, man. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and skip over to right around harvest season. We need to see if this stuff is gonna put weeds out. If it is, then we'll weed up the fields, get that all taken care of, and we'll go from there. But I don't think there's much else we can do. Fields are limed and prepped and seeded. Grass is cut. So I don't think there's really much else that we can do. But before I forget, we need to buy and construct the hay ventilation mod. So this is on ModHub. It's a hay storage and ventilation mod, and it holds up to 5,000 liters of 500,000 liters of grass, and it turns your grass into hay. That's all it does. Problem is, where in the world am I gonna put this? I kind of want to put it over here, but I don't want to deal with the trees. I could put it over here. Nope, I can't. I thought the land was owned by me. It is not. So where is it owned by me then? Because I own... Oh, that's right. You don't... Wait. Is that working? Oh, that works. How far up can I put it? Oh, no. Oh, right there. Right there. We can go all the way up to here. That works. Right there. Perfect. That works out. I didn't think that was actually going to work. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and sculpt this. Get this good to go. Alright, yeah, that looks nice. Alright, now we know what to do with our grass. Let's see. Is there anything else? We have $275,000 left. And I don't think there's anything else that we can do. Nothing has weeds in it. Oh, the canola has weeds in it. Let's go ahead and take care of that while they're small. We'll go ahead and take care of that, and then we'll move on to September, October, and we will weed those other two fields.
There was once a day that I would pray for you. I'd go and misbehave just so you'd notice too. Sneaking looks up and down from across the room. And damn, what a hell of a view. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date. You're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight. Don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase. So catch me if I fall.
Now I think we press on to October, and that way the corn is harvest ready. And what we'll do is we'll probably end it there. When we come back, we'll have the AIs take care of the weeding in those 2 fields, and then we're going to harvest the corn. I think that's what we can do. That way we're getting 3 jobs done at once, and y'all don't have to see the weeding, because I'm not a fan of those, honestly. I'm not a fan of them. I don't really thoroughly enjoy doing it anyways. So I don't. We do a lot of weeding on this channel, so I don't think it's necessary to keep those in the videos. But yeah, let's go ahead and put this weeder up right quick, and then we'll head to October. Alright, we are in October. Let's check on the grass. The grass looks pretty lush. I think we still... No, it doesn't. It's actually in the first growth stage. So we can't harvest it just yet. We'll harvest it November. And I think the corn may be ready. There's a lot of weeds in it. I think they're large weeds too, so that hurts our yield bonus. Oh, it is not ready to harvest. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. We'll do weeding in this field, and then AI will do the other field in the next episode. We will get that corn harvested in the next episode as well. But yeah, I hope y'all are enjoying Montana. I'm enjoying it. It's nice. It's a really big map. We have so much room to grow. We already have more acreage than what we had in Riverbend Springs within just 2 episodes. So we're getting going, and hopefully it doesn't take too long for us to start making some money. In this episode, we're going to go ahead and get this corn harvest knocked out. It's going to get a pretty low yield. There's a lot of weeds in here, from what I could tell, but it's 22 acres worth of corn. We're going to dry it up and get it sold whenever it is ready to be sold. In the last episode, we got a lot done. Got a bunch of planting and lime work done, a lot of field work done. I went ahead and took care of the weeds already. There was only one field, which was the oat field, that needed weeding done, because the other field was plowed up, so therefore the weeds never even grew in the first place. So went ahead and took care of that, and then moved on to November. The problem with November is we have some rain coming, and it's at noon. It's only 8:30 right now. Hopefully we can get this harvest done before the rain comes. I don't think that rain affects the corn harvest, but I could be very wrong. Could be very wrong. But I don't want to push my luck on it. I want to get it. This is already not that great of a yield, 73, 74 in the low areas. I really don't want to push my luck. So I want to get this done, and I want as much corn as we can get. Now we can get it all dried up and sold for a pretty hefty price. I think it's like $1,900 per 1,000 liters. I think we're going to get at least 100,000 liters. I don't see why we wouldn't get at least 100,000 liters out of this one field. If not, we'll be very close. So, alright, we're going to go ahead and get this knocked out. Be half a time lapse, more or less. Half the field will do, and then we'll skip to the end.
I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, doing no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, yeah. Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious. I'ma go cause something, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag.
Y'all wanna hear something hilarious? So, I was about halfway down the field there on this row that we're currently on, and I started talking into the mic, and I'll tell y'all what I was saying here in a second, but I started talking into the mic, and I was talking for, I don't know, about 5 minutes, give or take, and I was going to finish this up and then bring y'all back, and we were going to get going on the grass maybe, and then I'm like, because I had paused my recording so that way whenever I go to edit, I don't have to cut out an hour's worth of video. And it makes the file a lot smaller, it's so much easier. But anyways, I paused my recording because of that. And I was talking for like 5 or 10 minutes. And I just realized that I never pressed unpause. And so I was literally talking into oblivion. I wasn't even talking to anybody. Pretty much talking to myself and my harvester and my dogs. That's pretty much all I was talking to. Oh man, what a night. Alright. And it's not even Monday, it's Saturday. This is ridiculous. Anyways, so we're almost done. We ended up with a lot more than 100,000 liters. This truck, as I was talking to oblivion, I was emptying it actually, and it had 80,000 liters in it. And that auger wagon's full to 40,000. There's about 14,000 liters in the truck now, and when we have another 6 grand, or 7 grand, excuse me, in our combine. So the yield was pretty low, but we actually ended up getting a huge amount. I thought we were only going to get like, you know, a little over 100,000. We ended up getting like almost 150. So, checklist for November, we're going to cultivate this up, plant cotton. Actually, we don't even need to cultivate it. We have the Kenzie planter, so Kenzie planter, direct planter into the cotton, and we're going to mow up this field, mow up this grass field, get it turned into hay. I don't know whether to bale it or to use a forage wagon, pick it up, and just take loads over there. I feel like that would probably be the faster move, because baling I have to stop every single time, but granted, you know, you still have to take time to go over to the hay ventilation, which is actually not that far from the field, so it shouldn't be that too big of a problem. But I was also thinking, while I was doing all this and talking into oblivion, I kind of want to do pizza. Pizza takes flour, cheese from dairy cattle, and then tomatoes, garlic, and I think chili peppers. So I think it'd be worth it. They're about 3,700 per 1,000 liters, which doesn't sound like much, but the cycles per month is 480 cycles per month. We get 10 pieces per 480 cycles, correct? Or per cycle, I think. Yeah, that's right. 10 pieces of pizza per cycle, so times 480 by 10, you get 4,800 liters. So that's per month. So we're going to be getting a lot of pizza, a lot of flour, we're going to have a lot of cheese. We're going to have a lot more cheese than we know what to do with, I promise. If we end up doing dairy cattle, which we will. But I was also thinking of either buying Jack Daniels or Yingling. Problem with Yingling is we're going to have to do like 2 or 3 fields, big fields of barley, because our chickens need barley, and a lot of it. Those factories are going to need barley, and the chickens are going to be kind of a pain to keep up with on the barley. So we will have to do quite a few fields in order to keep up with production on both the chickens and the factory. However, if we did Jack Daniels, y'all are gonna see a lot more corn because we have to have regular corn and then dried corn and barley and water, but a lot less barley. You don't need as much. So whatever we make in excess barley, where am I going? Whatever we make in excess for the chickens, we can just put it into the plant, into the Jack Daniels plant, and we're good. So let me know y'all's thoughts. Let me know what you want to do. We're definitely doing pizza. 100% doing pizza. But let me know in the comments what if you guys want to do either Jack Daniels or Yingling. 21 and up only. If you are below the age of 21, I don't want to know your opinion. I have to legally say that, I think. Pretty sure I have to legally say that. But yeah, hopefully I'm not talking into oblivion. I don't think I am. I'm pretty sure I pressed unpause. So yeah, let's get some work done. Let's get this mowing going. We're gonna get all this corn dropped off into the dryer, and we actually need to get a tanker, fill it up with propane, and take care of that. We might go ahead and get a worker started on the field just to get them going, and then we'll switch over once we get the propane and all that good stuff. I just realized how close we were to the rain. I am so glad we beat the rain. If you go back a little bit, you'll see that we ended the harvest and literally the rain started. It's fantastic. However, I did remember something that I was talking about earlier whenever my recording was paused, was the problem with Jack Daniels is we have that double trailer, right? On the semi. These two cars in the parking lot right here. Right here, these two cars, they're in the way. You can't turn around. And so the problem is, here is the drop-off point, right? And you can say, oh, well, you can back up. If you're not dead straight with that trailer, you're going to take about 20 minutes just trying to pull out of there every single time. So imagine having like 3 or 4 loads of corn to drop off, and you can't. And it takes you 2 hours to do 4 loads from this farm all the way over there, right? Takes you 2 hours to do it because you can't back up a trailer straight. Guess who that is? Me. I cannot back up a trailer straight. So we would have to get a different trailer that wouldn't be. That's not a no to Jack Daniels, right? We would have to get another trailer specifically for Jack Daniels. There's no other option. Because I'm not using that trailer for Jack Daniels. Just not doing it. Yeah, so we're about to find out how much corn we had. I think the harvester is empty. Yeah, it was. So this is all the corn that's left. Not much at all. If you've watched to this point, make sure you hit the subscribe button if you like this video, because this is an entire series. You got, I think this is episode 24. And if you subscribe and you watch the whole series, you'll see that we went from Riverbend Springs, from my very first video on YouTube to this point. So it's actually a very interesting type series. I enjoy it personally. I actually put it on for my little one because the sound of my voice comforts him and stuff. I don't know. That's women things. I don't know. But yeah, I enjoy it personally. So if you do, make sure you hit that sub button. But if we can get off this tree, that would be fantastic. I am not going to pull out super strength for this. I'm not doing it. I put myself in this situation, I can get out of it. Alright, y'all are going to see me struggle. There we go. We figured it out. Okay, now let's get our toys put away. And we'll get the mower out, and we'll get that field cut. So we don't get an error message for this at all. I'm kind of curious if we're losing yield or not from the rain. It looks like we are, but I don't know. I don't think you lose yield for grass on rain. Do I want to risk it? Because we actually need this grass, like a lot of it too. We'll send it. We'll send it. What's the worst that's gonna happen? I wish this game did punish you though, in the aspect of like animals. So like, for example, our water buffalo have gone since, our water buffalo chickens, yeah, water buffalo and chickens have gone since August with no food. In real life, if they go that long without food, they're no longer alive. That's how that works. In this game, I would say don't literally unalive the cows and the chickens, and then you have to clean up that mess. No. I would say to end up just those chickens and those water buffaloes are no longer in that pen, and you have to rebuy more, because that's exactly what you would have to do if a cow got unalived because it was unhealthy, or it didn't eat the food that it needed in the time span that it needed it. So I think punishing you in that manner would be actually beneficial, because then you would actually like right now, I would wait until the rain stops to find out, to make sure that I'm not getting a lower yield on my grass, because my yield map is actually saying that I'm getting a little bit less yield, but I don't know if that's from the previous mill, because we didn't lime or put down any fertilizer either. So I don't know if that's actually just from the rain or if it's from the previous harvest. But yeah, just things that FS25 can improve on, in my opinion. Alright, we're gonna get going on this. I don't think there's anything else for us to do in November. I'm thinking about, on that 22 acres over there, cultivating it up and putting a cover crop, so that we can get a little bit of cash throughout the winter. But that's only if we have some time. Alright, we're on our last little stretch here. I went ahead and turned the environment down, like the volume, so I hope y'all can hear me a little bit better. I know in a previous video that it was kind of difficult to hear me over the rain and thunder, so hopefully it's a little bit better for you guys. I turned it down to 20%, so if it's not enough, I'll cancel it out completely. So only when it rains. I'll turn it back up later on, but when it rains, it's kind of hard. Alright, we're almost done, and then we'll get the forage harvester hooked up. I wonder if this thing can pull it just fine. I'm pretty sure it can. It's like 400 horses. It's over 400 horses, so it should pull just fine. I don't see why it wouldn't, honestly. Alright, let's get this folded up. Let's put it back into our shed here. Huge shout out to DJ Modding though. For one, the incredible map, but also the buildings. These buildings are fantastic. They are very detailed, and I think they did a really good job over there. The link will always be in the descriptions of all these videos if you're curious on where to go for these maps. There are 2 required mods, so just be aware. If you wanted to add, and you don't really have to have them, I've ran this before without it. If you want to run or set up your own productions or your own animal pens, you have to have those mods. Otherwise, if you just use the ones that are in these setup farms, already pre-made setup farms, you're good to go. You don't need it. So really, it could be a 0 required mod map for it, and also it is PC only. This map is PC only. It is a 4x map. I am sorry, my console players, but unfortunately, y'all cannot play on 4x maps. Don't shoot the messenger. That's all PlayStation's. That's between PlayStation and Giants. I can't do anything about that. And Xbox, I guess, which I don't understand. I think Microsoft should be able to, because of computers and Microsoft being a thing. I don't know. Just my opinion, I guess, but I'm sure there's probably a hardware limitation to it. Alright, we're gonna get this grass picked up. And hopefully I don't have to make too many trips. I think we're getting a really good yield though. Yeah, I think we're getting just fine actually. That hay ventilation holds 500,000 liters, so whatever extra we have, we'll throw it into the silage bin. Be good with it.
Never slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the
pickup's going well. We have, let's take a look. Come on, saving content. There we go. That's that plane flying over if you hear it. In the game, not in real life. Anyways. We have in our hay ventilation already almost 200,000 liters, and we still have a lot to go. So we are definitely going to max out. However, I did realize that we have silage ready. So we can get these water buffalo at least eating on something versus nothing. I just don't know how much we have. Because I forgot I put a little bit into a little bit of grass from the last one. Yep, 182,000 liters. So we're gonna get these cows, or these water buffalo, at least fed a little bit. That way they can start producing some buffalo milk for us. Because we have a lot of water buffalo. And if they're not producing, we are not making money. Problem is, I don't know where to go. I don't know how to get the... I think it's this door, maybe? I should have done the other barn. The other barn's a little bit more simple. Yeah, it's this one. Hopefully we have enough room. I hope we do. Yeah, we do. We're good. It's a tight squeeze though. Oh yeah. Little room for air there. It is loud in that building. Alright. These hungry buffalo are getting fed. And hopefully it holds a good amount of food. I hope so. But we have 302 water buffaloes. And 200 of them are production ready. 102 of them can't even produce yet. So we're gonna be waiting on those. We have to turn around the other way. Well, that's a problem. I guess we have to back out. Unless I ran into a cow. I'm running into something. What am I running into? It's not running into anything. I don't understand. Is it my tractor? No. I'm not running into anything. That's strange. Oh well, we'll work it. If we have to super strength it, we will. It's gonna get out of here one way or another. I do think we should probably use the other cattle barn. Nah, we'll back it up. We're alright. Let's go to the other side. Well, that's not working. Let's try this way. Straighten up a little bit. Oop, too far. There we go. Now we're getting out of here. Perfect. Let's close that door back. That way the cattle don't go running out. I'm gonna call them cattle. I'm so done with trying to stick with the water buffalo. It is difficult. Because I'm so used to doing cattle. I'm not really used to doing water buffaloes. Only in Riverbend Springs, but in my normal playthroughs I only ever do cattle. I like to slow play whenever I'm doing like my personal farms and stuff. And I prefer cattle over water buffalo, not because they're more profitable, just because they're more fun, in my opinion. And they're more common in real life as cattle. Water buffalo are very rare, I think, to be farming anyways. I know you can make mozzarella out of normal cow's milk. You don't have to have water buffalo in order to make mozzarella. But since it's specifically buffalo mozzarella that in the game, you have to have water buffalo, so I understand, but you know, whatever. Okay, I think we bit off a little bit more than we can chew, as far as the forage harvester goes. But I'm not gonna stop. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna get this finished. I'm not in the business of starting something and not finishing it. I hate doing that. It drives me insane. Because then it'll keep me up all night, quite literally. It'll keep me up the entire night until I finish it. Alright, we got one more load until the hay ventilation is filled up. We're at 445,000 liters. The rest of this, we don't have much left. We have a few rows left. The rest of this is going to go to the fermenter to turn into silage. So I'm going to do the rest of this off camera. We got a little bit of waiting around to do, more or less. So the corn is harvested, the barley, the wheat, and canola are all planted and are waiting harvest. The grass is growing, but it's December, so it's not going to grow for a while anyways. So we have to wait until February, which none of these crops will be ready for harvest in February. In order for us to plant cotton in the 20-acre field. So we're going to go ahead and skip to February. We just have to make sure the water buffalo have silage. If they have silage, we're good. Problem is I filled them up to 84,000 at one point. And they ate through that like it was nothing. So they might just end up just not having food. Because we need the silage for... Yeah, we need the silage for TMR. And the hay ventilation, the hay is working. We've got 34,000 liters of hay so far. We ended up getting quite a bit over. So we ended up getting like 2 loads over, 2 or 3. So, but yeah, I got it all from the last episode. I got all the grass picked up and moved to the silage area. I did miss get a little bit of missed bits, but nothing crazy. So we're going to go ahead and hop in this 9R. We're going to plant the cotton right quick in that cornfield. Well, no we won't, because it's not February yet. We're going to go ahead and fast forward to February and kind of hope for the best for the animals. That's all we can really do. Okay, we are in February. However, it is a snowy February. We got a little bit of snow on the ground. Sweet. We haven't seen snow on this series because in the Riverbend Springs, I had it turned off because of bugs. It would stay bugged until like, the snow would be on the ground until like July, which is not how it was supposed to be. So, okay, we're in February. I think the water buffalo, yeah, they've ran out completely. They ended up producing 4,000 liters of buffalo milk, which is a good amount. Not a bad amount. Our Country View dairy holds 150,000 liters of buffalo milk, which is a lot of milk. So, yeah, I think they'll be just fine. For now. We got a lot of hay. How are the goats doing? Goats have put out a lot of milk. We actually need to take care of their milk. We don't have a trailer. I just realized we don't have a trailer. Not at all. We don't have a flatbed. We don't have nothing. So we're just going to go ahead and do this by hand. For now, we will get a trailer. We have the money. We will. However, I'm just going to move it over so that way more can spawn. That way we're not losing out on milk. And we're going to take this to the country dairy to make goat cheese. Or we might just sell it outright. I don't know yet. I haven't decided, to be honest with you. Okay, let's hop in the 9R. Let's go ahead and get this cotton planted. And if y'all have noticed a little bit of a audio difference as far as my speaking goes, I ended up getting a new mic. Let me know what y'all think. I went ahead and did a lot of test videos before this to try and get things kind of squared away. So I hope that this is working out. This way I don't have to wear a headset. I like wearing headsets, but I don't at the same time because I can't hear what's going on around me. And so it kind of makes things, I don't know where I'm going to go with this trailer. I just need it to move. Alright, we're going to put that trailer right about there. That should work out. I just need to get the Kinsey planter. But I did a lot of test videos on the new mic and kind of got it situated. So if y'all see a difference, let me know. Whether it's a good or bad difference. If it's a bad difference, I really want to know. So, alright, let's get over to the field and we'll go from there. I just realized, as we filled up with seed, that we don't have the liquid fertilizer tank that we had in Riverbend Springs. That blue one. So let me make sure I still have that mod enabled. I should. Let's see, containers. Yeah, there it is. This guy. Herbicide and fertilizer tank, it's a mod on ModHub. It is a fantastic mod. Holds herbicide and liquid fertilizer. So we're gonna put it out of the way. Yeah, we'll put it right here. This is perfect. Okay, overlaps with an object, that's B. And we'll make sure all the triggers are where they need to be. That should be fine. Yeah, that's perfect. Put it right there and we'll fill this up with liquid fertilizer and get back to the field. I didn't even realize that we didn't have it, honestly. I don't know how much this is going to be. I think it's going to be expensive, though. $46,000. That's not terrible. That's not terrible at all. Alright, let's see. I think I can just kind of pull up to it and it'll start filling up. I just don't know where the trigger's at. I think it's back here, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So, liquid fertilizer going in. It's going to take a while, so I will see y'all at the field. Alright, we are at the field, getting this thing unfolded. We're going to change it to cotton. Oh, passed it. There's cotton. And then I hope that we have the money come harvest season for cotton. I really do. I don't see why we wouldn't. We need to get propane. I forgot in the last episode to get propane and get that corn dryer going. So we might be a little screwed on the dry corn when it comes time for it to be time for to sell. I don't even know when the high point is for that. Let's see. July, so we have time. Yeah, so as long as I get it in this month, we should be okay. Alright, first time planting with the Kinsey planter. Cotton's going in. Yeah, this series is about to pick up again. And quickly, too. I'm glad it's taken, like, no time to do this. I didn't expect it to take very long, but you never know. There can be a lot of situations where this could go bad. Took a big risk coming to Montana. But so far so good. We're on the right track. And I think in the next few episodes we're actually going to be back on the level we were when we left Riverbend Springs, if not more. So make sure you stay tuned for the next few videos actually, because it shouldn't take us, what, maybe 2 or 3 episodes. And we'll be back where we were in Riverbend Springs, which is really nice. So we're going to go ahead and get this planted up. Shouldn't take us very long. This thing is massive. We're actually going to get a bigger planter later on. Intent, but that won't be till later. That thing is massive. Yeah, we're going to get this done, and I will see y'all here in a little bit. Are we going to run out of fertilizer? We are so close. And there's a couple little spots that I need to hit. So I need just enough. We're at 35 liters now? 30? Yeah, we got plenty. Look at that. 23 liters, which is actually kind of close to what I need. Or just the, these little misfits here. I don't want to use too much, because then we're going to be missing. That was very satisfying to see 22. Oh my lord, that's awesome. That is awesome. Alright, yeah. This is from where I wasn't using the GPS for the first line, so it is what it is. Looks like it's not using fertilizer at all, so that works out. But, plus side, cotton's in. And now we need to go get propane. We need to get propane before we end out February, because there's nothing else for us to do. When does grass start growing again? I think it's March, right? Double check. I don't want to do another thing of grass if I don't have to. I feel like that amount of hay should last us a while. But between TMR and the goats, I don't know. I know the goats are getting only like 80% production because of grass instead of hay. So I'm not sure. We're just going to leave this little speck alone that's in front of us. But I'm not sure if it's actually worth the 20% production or not. If it is, we may have a problem. Because we could put the 500,000 liters of hay from the ventilation into the TMR production, we can make it to where it like distributes it, so that way we don't have to do like, 10, 15 loads. We can make it distribute to the TMR production, and then we can pull the hay from there to the goats, which is a short trip anyways. But they have a lot of grass to feed on, and so I think once they're done with the grass that's right there in front of us, I think we switch them to hay. I don't know. We'll see. Let's hop in the semi. Well, we'll get this cleansey planter put up, get the trailer put up at some point. We'll probably just leave it there. That looks like a fine place for it. But we'll get this planter put up, and then we're gonna go get a tanker for propane. If I don't crush all the boxes first. Alright, we are at the store. Let's go ahead and get that. We also need to get a trailer at some point. Let's see. Let's get this water tanker. It's this one right here. Holds everything. Quite literally slurry, manure, liquid fertilizer, herbicide, the works. Buffalo milk, all of it. So we'll buy this one. Aye, we are running low on money. I didn't realize how low we were running. I think we... Oh man, this might have put us in a bind. We have to buy this though, right? Because the buffalo milk, between the buffalo milk and the propane, we need it. Just the buffalo milk alone, we really need it. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy it. It's gonna hurt to do it, but we're gonna buy it. What colors? Black. I can make this black? Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh yeah, we're definitely doing that. Yep, 100%. That's kind of cool. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, we'll keep that. We'll keep that fine. Yeah, that looks cool. I like that. $91,000 in the hole. And we still need to buy a trailer. We'll probably end up leasing one. Like a flatbed. Not one for the semi, just one for a tractor. Alright, we're all hooked up. Let's get out of here. Let's go get propane, and I'll show y'all where that's at too. While we're on the way, we're gonna have to do our next harvest for barley. We're gonna be doing barley and canola at the same time. I think it's at the tractor supply. Yeah, I think this is propane right here. Yep, propane. Propane and propane accessories. Anybody seen King of the Hill? My dad used to watch that on repeat whenever he would cook dinner. That's what I remember whenever I was a child. Alright, so propane, you can get propane here. I don't think you can get anything else. I don't know why it has a list for it then. But it's expensive. Watch our money and watch the tank. It's ridiculous. We're gonna stop at like 80 grand. Once we have 80,000 left. I don't know how much we actually need, but I think $80,000 worth is more than enough. Yeah, $15,000. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, and that's our dairy right here, to my left. So, we have a little bit of a drive every time, but it's kind of worth it, so. Thank you, Tractor Supply. We appreciate you. And we're gonna get back and fill up the corn dryer. And I don't know. We'll figure out what we need to do next. I think we just keep going until we need to harvest. I think that's the only thing we can do, really. And just like that, we are back at the farm. We actually need to lime the cotton field at some point. I'll probably end up having a worker do it. Because I think you can still do it on the first grow stage, so it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, here's our corn dryer. We're gonna put that propane in here. Yeah, let's see. I don't even know how much propane it holds. Okay, 1,000,000 liters. 50 propane for every 500 pieces of corn into 425 dry corn. 720 cycles per month. That's a lot of propane, y'all. That is a lot of propane. I hope that this is enough. I don't even know what that ratio is, do y'all? It's, I think it's 50 to 1. I quite literally think it's 50 to 1. Let me double check though. Oh, it's a 10 to 1 ratio. Okay. That's not bad. Okay. Alright, we are done with that. We're running out of places to put things already. However, this shed is empty, so we're just going to put it in here. Right in here. Yeah, that shed is going to be for this tanker. Really nothing else, I don't think, other than our mowers. We're already running out of space, places to put things. Do y'all like that reverse sound? Because I don't. I think that's the only thing about this truck that I don't like. Alright, we're going to put this truck back. Really don't like that sound. Alright. Yeah, good enough. Okay. Got our tanker in there. We could fit another thing in there, but we'll leave it alone for now. I'm debating on the lime right now. I don't want to. I really don't want to. So we're just not going to. Yeah, we're just not going to. We're gonna have to weed in the next month anyways. So I might put one tractor weeding and one tractor doing the lime and let a AI do it. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Alright, again, we can't really do anything with our animals because we don't have anything, quite literally. Same thing with our productions. There's nothing we can do. So we're going to press on to March. And we will go from there. I think the grass is able to grow though. Yeah, the grass is going to start growing in March, so that works out. Alright, we are in March and I realized that I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. I did not start our corn dryer. So we're going to activate that now. So that way we can start making some corn, dry corn. And it does it pretty quick. It does it really quick. Fermenting silo's done. Hay ventilation's still pumping out hay like crazy, like we need. And our goats are pumping out milk like crazy. So we're going to get, let's see. Let's make sure that we need to weed. We do. Okay. So we're going to put the case with the weeder. And then we're going to do the, actually, yeah, we're going to do the 9R with the lime spreader. And then we'll put the case with the weeder. That's how we'll do that. I don't remember if this thing's full. I don't believe it is. But I think we actually have to buy lime too. Let's get this harrow out of here. Well, moved over to the right a little bit. The problem is you can't sell these sheds. I wish you could sell them. So that way you can kind of make your own. But I don't know if that's changed or not. I'll double check. Let's double check that right quick. I wouldn't mind like a flow through like we had before. Construction. Let's see. B for demolition. Yeah, you can't do anything with the buildings. So that's what I thought, but I couldn't remember. I didn't know if they had patched it to where you could, but alright, let's get this filled up. We'll get the AI going. And I will see y'all at the field with the weeder. Alright, we got the worker going. I told him to start headlands, but you know, workers do what they want, so we got the weeding going. This shouldn't take too long, 15 miles an hour. about the same time as it would for us to mow. But y'all probably won't even see this. Just because weeding's kind of bland and you can't even see what we're doing anyways. So whenever it's like middle of summer, so June, July time frame, I would show because then you can actually see the weeds, and in this one you can't. So but we're gonna get this done pretty quickly. And if the worker finishes before us, we'll put the 9R with the weeder on here as well. That way we can double tractor and get it done a lot faster that way. I understand you can spread, or spray. I'm not a fan of it because I think I've explained it in the Riverbend Springs episodes where you spray the weed, right? And the weed doesn't actually disappear. So because they don't disappear, whenever you spray it, it still has a yield loss. And so you're not getting 122, 123% yield after spraying the weed. You're only getting like 118, 119. But if you use a hoe like this and it pulls up the weed and the weed's no longer there, you're getting your full 123, 124 yield. So it's a noticeable difference, but I think with these big fields, I don't really think that small of a percentage matters. I know with cotton, it very much does. We all know how little cotton yields, and so, which is why you actually need a pretty big field for cotton in order to get any worth out of it. Yeah, so I just don't like spraying them. It's faster. It is a whole lot faster. But I think for the yield difference, it's not worth it. Just my opinion, though. People do things differently. But yeah, we're going to get this done right quick. And we'll press on to probably a barley harvest. We'll see. We'll see. All right, the weeding is all done. The AI is almost done with the lime. I'm having to refill, but we're going to go ahead and take care of the rest. It's only 2 headlands, and I don't want to risk him messing up or anything. We have been buying about 10,000 liters at a time of lime, just because of where our money sits at $66,000. So I hope this is enough for the 2 headlands. I doubt it. I highly doubt it, but we're about to find out. I hope it is, though. We need to stop kind of spending money right now. $8 million down the hole. From equipment to containers to productions, a couple productions. Land, all the things. Yeah, this isn't going to be enough for the 2 headlands, but we're going to do it. We're going to send it anyways. You just got to send it, silly. I'm on the fence about this cotton as far as if we sell it for just fabric or if we go ahead and do clothes with it. Because clothes make us a good profit. But I don't know how much clothing we're going to make with just straight cotton. And remember how we would have a problem where the factory would have to basically close down, right? Because of not enough cotton. And so I'm kind of scared of that happening to this. So we have the tailor shop now, which is good. But I don't know if we actually have enough resources to keep the tailor shop going for as often as we need it to go. I hope that we do. But you never know, so. And I don't know how much this clothing factory holds, or the spinnery holds. Let's find out. 900,000 liters of cotton. That is a lot. That is a lot. Oh, we don't have the clothing factory. We only have the spinnery. So we can kind of see how we do on fabric. I'm very curious, honestly. Just fabric. Nothing crazy. I think we're going to get a good... I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to say we're going to get like 200,000 liters of cotton out of this. I'm going to be very optimistic. I think we're going to get 200,000 liters of cotton out of this. And mark my words, I hope we do. If we don't, and you've watched up to this point, leave a comment. Let me know how much cotton you think we're going to get out of this field. I think we're going to get 200,000. Also, if you've watched to this point, hit that sub button for me. It's completely free for you, and it really helps the channel grow whenever you do hit that button. And I appreciate every single one of you guys. 40 subscribers. Y'all, that's crazy. In this little time frame that we've had on this channel, 40 subscribers is a lot. I know there's big YouTubers out there that have, millions of subscribers. And to some people, 2,000 subscribers is literally nothing. But 40 subscribers to me is a crazy amount that I never thought I would have up to this point. And so I appreciate every single one of you guys, and thank you so much for watching these videos. It keeps me motivated. It really, really does. I know my voice doesn't really show emotion or anything like that, but it really does keep me motivated, and it keeps me very happy to do this stuff for you guys. So, anyways, we're going to keep going on this. 200,000 liters is very optimistic. We'll see. We'll see. Line is all done, so now we're just putting this weeder back right quick. We ended up using quite a good amount of lime on that field. I didn't really expect that much lime to be needed, but it did. So now we're at $64,000, so from this point on we have to be very careful until we sell that dry corn. Hopefully our production costs aren't sky high. I hope. Because it's really the water costs for the animals, and then the production costs that get you every month. Kind of ridiculous, but it kind of makes sense at the same time because it's real. I mean, ask anybody who does this for a living, you're going to be spending a lot of money on utilities. So, not just water either, like electricity, all kinds of things. Alright, I think that's it for March. I don't foresee us needing anything else. Propane's going on the corn dryer, and the corn dryer already has 19,000 liters, which means we're going to make 37,000. I don't think January is the month, though. I think it is in July. I think the time-saving stock check mod is not good for this map. We'll find out. We'll see. But I don't think so, because let's see. Where's the highest price right now, currently? So far it's 50 at the farmer's market. Okay, so the train. I don't use the train. So the second best would be the farmer's market. So that's at 1535. What does it say here? Value at all stations, 1535. Okay. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because I don't think the max month is January. Alright, we're going to press on to really harvest season. Yeah, June, really. Because there's nothing we can do. I kind of want to plant soybeans in the grass field. But we need more hay. We're going to need more hay anyways. So I think we wait to do that until the next year. Alright, we are in June. Very sunny June, however, there's a tornado in the forecast. So we need to get this harvest done before the tornado. For the canola and the barley. And I think we go ahead and do the barley first. So that way we can get these chickens fed and get these guys producing eggs. So we're gonna hop in the harvester and get going immediately. Oh my goodness. Turn off super strength. For when we move those goat pallets. Alright. We need to put this header somewhere. I don't know where, but we're gonna put it somewhere. Fair warning, if you do download this map, those doors are very loud. So, fair warning. We'll just kind of drop it right there. Right here. Perfect. And we'll get this header set up. The grass looks great. So we'll have grass when we need it. Let's hope we get a good yield of barley here. I really hope we do. We fertilized, limed. So we should be looking at a pretty high yield. I think the average for this field is like 118, 119, something like that. But the wheat's coming in nice, the canola's ready to harvest. We got the barley ready for harvest. Things are looking good. Looking real good. Now in these next episodes, these next few episodes, it's going to be kind of this, where we kind of skip to the harvest. But once things are going, then we'll have to, we can't do that because we'll have to take care of animals. So those kinds of episodes will be us taking care of the animals and taking care of productions, getting things situated around the farm, all the good things. This is a huge header. And we're going to lower that a little bit. A little bit more. Perfect. Yeah, that should be good. Probably a little bit higher. There we go. Alright, unfold, and we're gonna get going. So we did our corn harvest, our first corn harvest for this Judith Plains series. And we're going to enable this straw swath. There we go. Right now, 97% yield in this one. Hopefully it stays pretty high. I don't know where the loam is in this field. But anyways, we got done with our first corn harvest. And now we're doing our first barley harvest. Which the combine's filling up real quick. It's already at 20%. We're gonna need to get the tractor over here with the auger wagon. 95%. Let's get out and check. Yeah, we're in sandy loam. Okay, where's the loam at? Let's go find it. I don't know where the loam is. Let's look at it on our map. Oh, the loam's just here. Okay, so it's all... Okay, it's all sandy loam, so... Not an impressive yield, but it'll be high, so... Because it's barley. That's why I went ahead and put barley in this field. That makes sense. But it looks real good. Now the question is, do we do straw bales? Or do we do the forage harvester again? Or the forage wagon? I do think we do bales, honestly. We could probably have a worker do this and we can do bales. Because ×2, we should finish our harvest. Or I think we should bump that up to ×3 for difficulty, but we need to get this done by 5 o'clock. Well, no, let's go back because rain's coming soon. Yeah, 1500. We got to do 2 harvests. Yikes. We won't do real time because that's not fair. But at least ×2. Oh yeah, there's the 120. See how fast the combine's filling up now? Insane. That's how the wheat's gonna be. Alright, let's knock out this harvest. And we'll knock out the canola harvest as well. And go from there. Alright, a little pause on the time lapse here. Trying to get this worker follow me mod to kind of work out. Trying to get the offset right because it has the twins. The tractor has twins. So it's kind of close to the combine. But I don't know if it's between 11.5 or 12. It might be. So we have them paused right now. We haven't paused right now. So now that we're going, let's see if we can get this right. I think he needs to be more up. Try 12 offset. Negative 11.5. Try 11. See how that goes. Come on. A little closer, so 10.5 maybe? Oh, 10.5's too close. No, let him get straight. There we go. Now we're working. Alright, cool. We got the follower set up. So now when we turn around here, it won't be too bad. Yep, this is perfect. So, even though he's driving through the crop, I know it's unrealistic, but negative 14, negative 10.5. We could probably go 10, but I think 10.5 works. So, we should be okay. This should hurry the process along pretty significantly. Alright, let's get this done. Barley harvest is all done. We may be kinda not good for the canola harvest. Maybe. It's 10 o'clock now. The rain is supposed to come at 11, if I'm correct on that. Oh, it comes at 2. So, okay. So we have plenty of time for the canola harvest then. We're gonna get this barley transferred to the truck and to the silo. We're going to do the same exact thing we just did with the follower, but for the canola. Actually, we might have a worker do the canola since it's a low yielding crop. And then we're going to straw bale. I think that's what we can do. I think the worker's going to take a little extra time, but the straw needs done because these water buffalo need to get producing quickly. All right, 336 liters left in the auger. So we ended up with a little over, let's see, 8, 9, 10. So about 90,000 liters out of that one field. That's not terrible, but I don't think it's going to last. I don't think it's going to last the entire year for the chickens. I might be wrong. I may be wrong. But I don't think it's going to last the entire year. Or the rest of the year anyways. I think we need to plant in April though. Instead of in the winter. Because like November, December, no crops grow, to include your grass and all that. No crop grows. And so you're missing out on that growth for those months, and that really hinders your profitability and a dual harvest, I guess. I don't even know, honestly. Alright, all of our containers are emptied. However, the follower is not going to be able to follow us around the headland. So we're just going to put the pipe in and get this canola harvest started. If y'all can see in the middle of the field there, it's 3 chickens. They are not ours. Not ours. This is the field that did not get nitrogen, so we're going to get a low yield on the canola. But we're going to get more than 50,000 liters, I hope. Alright, I just realized that we did not... I said we were going to put an AI worker on this, so we're going to do that. I have to talk very quiet. My son's asleep. I just woke him up by accident, so gotta be very quiet. However, we're gonna go ahead and get... Oops. There's my desktop if y'all want it. We're gonna go ahead and get to raw baling. Hopefully we get a good amount in order for it to last a while for the TMR. And, I mean, we have the wheat harvest soon anyway, so it shouldn't matter. But yeah, I'm going to talk as less as possible. We're going to go ahead and get this going. We're almost done. I think after we get the baling done, we'll be done with the episode. Alright, we are all done with the straw bales, and it looks like the worker is full on a tank. I think I'm going to let the canola harvest finish out. Right now I'm actually delivering the canola to the oil plant. And while we're doing this, I wanted to go ahead, we're getting a lot of new viewers. So I wanted to go ahead and take a moment to remind everybody of the challenge. So the basis, the very basic overlay of the challenge is to make $10 million in 1 year. That's our challenge. And so I cannot use any generators, any mods like government subsidies, or anything that would benefit financially And so, therefore, I can't have, 20 windmills and then boom, I have $10 million. I've seen a couple videos like that. I'm not a fan of that. So I wanted to do a dedicated $10 million challenge in 1 year. So our profit from from everything that we get from productions, from animals, from whatever, all of our income. Once this on time saving stock check, if it hits $10 million for the 1 year, or we make it as a collective. So right now we have $691,000. If we did that for 3 months, 3 or 4 months, whatever, however many months that would actually take to get to that point. So there's 12 months in a year. If I made $1 million per month, that's $12 million. So I need to make just under $1 million per month in order for this challenge to be complete, if that makes sense. So it doesn't matter how we get it, as long as we're not using any generators. And as long as it adds up to $10 million in 1 single year, which I think is very much able to be done on this map. Riverbend Springs had me kind of sketched out. That's where the series started, was on Riverbend Springs. And I enjoyed Riverbend Springs. I actually very much enjoy that map. However, I just didn't see the potential for $10 million in 1 year on that map because of how small fields were, the productions. We could have done all the productions, and I don't think we would have and capped them out as far as, making sure they're running every single day of the year. I really didn't think that we would be able to add up to $10 million. And so at least with this one, we have a few extra productions that we can do. For example, pizza and the beers and the whiskey, and everything. All the productions actually have a greater value that you can have inside the production. So for example, the dairy, okay? On Riverbend Springs, I think stock was, for buffalo milk, was like 10K, 10,000 liters of buffalo milk. I don't even think it's that much, actually. And I think it might be $8,000. But nonetheless, on this map, the max is actually, for buffalo milk alone, is 150,000 liters. And I think the cycles per month are either the same or just over that of the stock productions. So that's why I saw more value in their fields. These fields are massive. I mean, we had 4 fields and we had exactly what we needed for the exact same amount of acreage in Riverbend Springs. Now we have it here, just in 4 fields alone. I don't know why I decided to try and turn there, but I did. I even pressed the button. I almost flew off the bridge and into the train yard. But yeah, that's the basis of the $10 million challenge. I just wanted to reiterate for anybody who continues to watch, who may have forgotten what we were going for, and also our new viewers. I wanted to make sure y'all had a good grasp on what the challenge is. So Judith Plains so far is very nice. Like it a lot. We're going to go ahead and get this oil plant going for our canola. 74,000 liters is what we ended up with in canola. I did finish it off camera. It is all done. And I also went ahead and picked up all of the straw bales as well. I also went ahead and moved over the barley to the chickens. That way the chickens are fed 80,000 liters worth. I don't think we have any more. Yeah, we have like 1,000 liters left. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and plant some cotton. We're gonna plant some corn into the barley field that we had, and we're gonna use that as silage. We're going to take the barley and plant it into the old canola field. Hopefully we have enough canola to last us for a little while. We shouldn't need any more cotton planting or canola planting. I don't know why I keep saying cotton. But canola planting is in July, or in August and September, but we can do it in April and May as a crop rotation type deal. Or we put, let's see, when is our cotton able to be harvested? Our cotton is able to be harvested in October. So what we could do is harvest the cotton and then in April plant the canola in that higher yielding field, and we should get a lot more yield and a lot more just a lot more canola out of it. Yeah, I think that's what we can do. We can put barley in the field that had canola in it, and we'll get a higher yield of barley. The corn, we only need silage, so we don't really need all that big of a field. I think that might work out the best. We're going to try that, see how it goes. Hopefully it goes well. But we need to get TMR going. So we have the straw in the TMR. We need to get this silage over to that as well. So we're going to actually change this. This is what I like about Judith Plains too, is the fermenting silo that's on all these pre-built farms. You can distribute to the TMR production. And then the hay ventilation also does the same thing. So we're going to go ahead and take this hay. We're going to go ahead and put it on distributing. Same with the silage, the fermenting silo. What's going to happen is once it turns 2 o'clock, because it's already 1:30, once it turns 2 o'clock, all of that we have in stock is going to go straight to that TMR production, and we're going to be making TMR. And at that point, the water buffalo are going to be doing really well. So we're going to grab our Kinsey planter because we do not have to cultivate. And we're going to go ahead and put corn in the ground. After that, we're going to cultivate the canola field so that way we can put barley in it later on. Alright, we're at the field. We got the corn selected. Liquid fertilizer is refilled. We're going to go ahead and get this going. For my subscribers out there, are y'all liking the SUPERCUT series? My new viewers, I would like to know from you guys as well. I like doing the SUPERCUTs. They are pretty long, because all I do is I take those episodes 1 through 10 or 11 through 20 for every 10 episodes and batch them all together. Would y'all rather see 5 videos instead of 10, or would y'all rather keep the 10? I'm kind of considering 5. Let me know what y'all think. Because I don't mind doing the 10. I just want to make sure that you guys are having an enjoyable experience when you are watching it. But we're going to get this corn in. After that, we're going to cultivate the canola field. And then we might move on to... well, actually, we could probably plant this. On second thought, yeah, we can plant the corn. And then we can move on to July. Harvest our wheat and have a worker take care of the cultivating for the canola field. I think that's what we can do. This is the last month to plant corn, so we have to get this in the ground in order for us to have silage. Because we're going to do something with that grass field. I just don't know what to do yet. We are going to harvest it again. I'll probably end up doing that off camera because the first 2 videos, I think, of this, of Judith Plains was just straight grass work. So I think I think I'll do that off camera, but we'll get it harvested, get it into the hay ventilation, and make hay. And then after that, we'll see what crops we can use. We might do soybeans. Get some quick cash, because we need some. We need to get another production. Gotta be more careful on my turnarounds. I ruined a little bit of the cotton field right there, and then I ruined the upper corner of the wheat field too. Because Riverbend Springs we didn't have crop destruction on, and so I'm kind of used to that. So now we have crop destruction on. It's a whole nother thing that I gotta get used to. So we're going to press on to July, and we'll have weeding to do, we'll have cultivating to do, and we'll have harvesting to do. So pretty much everything in this episode. Planting, cultivating, weeding, harvesting. Pretty much everything. Y'all getting a little bit of everything. Which is kind of cool. Y'all ain't going to see much of the weeding or the cultivations, but everything else y'all see. The harvesting. Y'all see the harvesting and the planting. But nonetheless, I gotta stop running into that building. But it's not gonna happen. I think this farm was great for the fields, but just I think it was too tight for what our operation was gonna be. So we might end up cutting into that back area, that back wooded area. I hope that we own it. I don't know if we actually do or not. So, because we are going to cut up those trees eventually. I need to install the lumberjack mod. I need to reinstall that. So that way we can cut down these trees and then not have to deal with it. Yeah, this right here. We could get this done and then leveled out. And we'd have an extra place to put either productions or extra sheds for our equipment that we're going to have. At some point we're going to do spinach, just like in the last series. Oh, we have a tornado coming. Because this is hail. And then in the forecast, there is literal tornadoes. I hope that it doesn't hit our wheat. I hope the hail doesn't damage it neither. We were just about to harvest that. We're a day late. Let's fast forward. Let's see this tornado. Make sure it doesn't hit our farm. That hail is crazy. Look at that. It's definitely damaging the wheat. 100%. There is so much hail. Alright, we got the tornado. Let's find it. It should be on the map. If not, we just gotta give it a little bit of time. I'm not seeing it, which is a good thing. So let's fast forward a little bit more. Usually it's at like 5:30, like the 30-minute mark for a tornado. Yep, there it is. Oh, it's close. Here's ours, and there's a tornado. And it looks like it's heading elsewhere. So let's hop into flight mode. Let's go see this thing. Is it heading towards us? That's what matters. And we can't tell unless we speed up time. It's heading away from our farm. That's a close one. Because look at that crop damage down there. I don't even know whose field this is. Katie's. And it's sorghum. Oh man. That would be devastating if one of these hit our fields. Like this. Absolutely devastating. Alright, now that we know that the tornado is not going to hit our property, we're going to go ahead and press on to July. Okay, we are in July. We're going to go ahead and get the worker going on the cultivating. And then we're going to go straight into the harvest. We also need to get a worker. No, we can only do one thing at a time, so. Because we need the other tractor for the cart. Yeah, we have to put this big boy tractor on the cultivator. And then we can use the case for the auger wagon. I think it just has a little bit of trouble, but nothing crazy. Because it has the same horsepower as the 8Rs. And the 8Rs, they pulled some really hefty loads in. Alright, we are all hooked up and we are now wheat harvesting. We do have... we are going to enable a straw. We need a lot more. We only ended up with 240 something thousand liters of straw, which will not last us very long. We are getting 120% yield on this right now. So I think most of this field is loam. And so I think we're going to be just fine as far as flour goes for bread. Which is fantastic. And I'm telling you, these next couple episodes, like I said in the last episode, these next few episodes, we're going to get moving and we're going to be catching up from Riverbend Springs real quick. And then once we're caught up, it's just progression from there. So. And that is it for the wheat harvest. We are all done. We're going to go ahead and we have a full semi-load plus another 14,000 in the auger wagon plus another 3,000 in this. So we have about 94, almost 100,000 liters of wheat in this from this one field, which is incredible. So we're gonna hop over to the semi and we're gonna find out where this grain mill is right quick. Let's see, flour mill, excuse me. Back to place. And it is in the same place that the canola is. Perfect. We are going to go ahead and get this worker set up. Get them on the cornfield on weeding. And then right after that, we're going to head down to the grain mill, or the flour mill, excuse me, and dump out our wheat. After that, I think we'll get going on mowing, I think. Because I don't think we have anything else to do. I think we're good on everything else. You know, it's funny, the wheat didn't get damaged from the hail, from that tornado, but the grass did. See this? pH is horrible in this field. But yeah, the hail did a lot of damage, maybe flooding. Did a little bit of damage. I don't know if there's any other spots in the field, but we're supposed to get about 100% yield out of this, so that's fine. I mean, I'm not too crazy about grass yield. It yields high either way, so. We have arrived at the wheat, at the flour mill, really. Wheat factory, flour mill, whatever you want to call it. And here is our first full load of wheat going into flour mill. We're going to go ahead and get it started immediately. And I don't know. I think we can go ahead and put it on. I think we could go ahead and put it on distribute because we don't have anything else that takes flour other than the bakery. Now, when we buy pizza, that's going to be a whole different ballgame. I don't know if we can have it on distributing or not. So let's find that flour mill. There it is. And for wheat, it can hold 1.2 million liters. Phenomenal. I love it. All right, activate that. And I don't... Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're good. So for canola, we already have 162 liters. Probably a full pallet, I'm sure. Because there's 58,000 left. We had 72,000 in there, so yeah, it's quick. It goes quick. So I think once we get enough fields to keep things running smooth, we'll be more than able to hit that $10 million. Life's good in Farming Simulator. So far, so good. If imagine if a real farmer was making that kind of money on a yearly basis. Insane. I can't even fathom that, honestly. All right, we are back at the farm. It looked like the worker was getting along real well. So I was thinking maybe we go ahead and actually do another straw bale time lapse here, but I don't know. I don't want to go ahead and bale the straw and then go ahead and have a worker do the mowing. However, we only have $35,000, so I think the worker, after the worker's done with the weeding, we really can't do any more workers until we start having an income, because right now we have no income. So I'm going to double check the dry corn. We're going to put this wheat into the grain mill for now, or into the silo for now. I'll probably either get it transferred over to the wheat later on, or it'll be used as like a backup. One of the two. But I want to make sure that the time-saving stock check is right on corn. It says the top is January, but I thought this said in like July or later on. Okay. Yeah, it says it peaks. Dry corn peaks in December at 1100. But what doesn't make sense is that the AgriCore in Montana, is 1527, but the time-saving stock check says it peaks at 1900. So my question is, do we risk it and trust time-saving stock check? Or do we go ahead and sell? Because right now, if we sold, we'd get $200,000. But if we wait, we get $246,000, which will be a $40,000 difference. I think we risk it. I think we go ahead and see if this time-saving stock checks holds out. And we'll go from there. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. All right, the worker is all done with the weeding over in the cornfield. We're going ahead and getting started on the grass. The yield isn't going to be near as good as like the first one or the second one, but I think it's going to be just fine either way. Lower, please. Hit the control lower. There we go. All right, getting started on the grass. So I did notice a post on Facebook earlier, and it was DJ Goham. He said that we have 3 weeks, just 3 more weeks until Island release. I am very excited. I hope to get a video out the following day, but to be determined based on game launch and if there's any crashes or anything like that. I'm usually not too hopeful when it comes to game launches. I usually have a terrible experience on launch. So, but hopefully everything goes smooth, and I hope Giants has a really good release. And I hope we have a good time on release as well. What we'll end up doing is we'll probably end up making a single video for just straight fishing, testing out fishing, seeing how that system is, and then we'll start a Let's Play series after that. I think that's what we're going to do. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, if you watched up to this point, make sure you hit that subscribe button for me. It tells me that you really enjoyed this content and that you want to see more of it. And it also tells me that I'm actually making content that people want to watch. So it also helps YouTube push it out to viewers like you who want to see this content as well. So hit that subscribe button for me. It helps me, helps you, helps YouTube. It's fantastic. The best part is it's free. But we're going to get this mowing done, and I will see y'all here in a little bit. Alright, looks like we only got a couple more up and downs. I'm going to finish these couple rows up right quick off camera. The auto load mod that we have currently for all the pallets and things like that we were using in Riverbend Springs, there's a mod conflict with the bale auto loads where you just drive up and pick them up and it automatically picks up the bales. So we'll have to use our auto load, but the problem is we have to stop every time at the bales. So it's better for us to have like the three collected right there, and than it is for us to go around and pick up every single bale, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been thinking about. So enough of my yapping. We're gonna go ahead and get this done right quick, and then I'll bring y'all back whenever I kind of figure out what we're gonna do.
There was once a day that I would pray for you. I'd go and misbehave just so you'd notice too. Sneaking looks up and down from across the room. And damn, what a hell of a view. I feel good, you look great, I like you, I can't wait. A first time, a first date, you're so fine, I'm so late. You sip wine, I drink straight, don't waste time to my place. I feel my heart erase, so catch me if I fall.
Looks like we got just over 30 bales for straw. For our grass bales, we got a lot. So I'm trying to find little mist bits to try and finish up this bale in our baler, but I don't think it's going to. And if I go grab grass, it's going to turn it into a grass bale. So I need the unload early bales mod. There's a mod for that. Yeah, we're just gonna turn it off. Okay, that's just where it's gonna be at. Our goats are producing milk like crazy, and I think we gotta empty some of that out, take it to the dairy. And then once we get that to the dairy, we're probably going to go ahead and try to empty out the buffalo milk as well. All right, we are checking in on our cows, or the water buffalo, excuse me. And the goats have 10,000 liters of goat milk, which is actually more because there's some just off the trigger. The chickens have 1,300 liters of eggs, which isn't bad for 300 chickens. The water buffalo, we have... Oh my, they ran out of TMR. I didn't even realize that. 4,000 liters of milk there, so they have TMR right here. We're going to go ahead and feed them some TMR, get them squared away immediately. I don't even know when they stop producing, but we have this activated and it's going. It's making TMR, so we're good there. I think the bakery actually needs to be activated. It does. Because, oh, wait, we never activated the flour mill. Yeah, we did. Oh, it's storing right now. We need to change that to distributing. Okay, so we'll go pick up the... We need to get a trailer. We're going to rent a trailer. That's first thing. And then we're going to go pick up the wheat pallets, take them to the bakers. And then after that, well, before that, actually, we're going to go ahead and do the TMR and put that into the water buffalo. And we're also going to take the goat's milk and the buffalo milk that we currently have to the bakeries. That way, everything can keep going and we can start making some money. Okay, we are at the store. Let's go ahead and lease our trailer. Just a regular flatbed should be fine. Trailers. There we go. Okay, not that kind of flatbed. Let's do one of these. There we go. I think this one's the best one. I think you can fit more on it. So design 1, what's design 2? Okay, just the ramps. That's the only difference. We're not going to buy it. We're just going to lease it. So no upgrades or anything like that. Lease is $3,000. Not terrible. We won't need it for very long. We're gonna do the goat milk first. Apparently, I cannot back up the trailers anymore. I figured that would be fine, hooking up like that, but I guess not. There we go. Alright, we got the trailer. We're gonna go back to the farm, grab all the goat's milk, probably grab the wheat as well. There shouldn't be very many pallets, and then we'll go ahead and come back up, drop it off at the baker's and drop it off at the baker's and the dairy. We are currently pulling up to the dairy. We have a lot of milk, a lot of goat's milk for this dairy. We have the 2 pallets in the back of wheat. Thankfully, it was only 2 pallets. It wasn't any more than that. Oh, we missed the trigger? Question mark. Well, y'all have to, if I have to hear it, y'all have to hear it. It's that reverse sound. It is horrible. All right. There we go. Tighten down those wheat pallets again. That's the only thing I don't really like about these map productions is it's kind of tight getting in and out, especially for a trailer like this. Urban Springs, it was a lot easier to get in and out of productions and things like that. Okay. Here's the 2 wheat pallets. All right. Right into the baker's. And we're going to go ahead and get those started, actually. Okay, my bad. That was me. That wasn't him. That was not the AI car. That was me. But let's go ahead and take a look. Let's go ahead and get the bakers going, and let's go ahead and we'll activate that and get the dairy going as well. The question is, do we want to do goat cheese, or do we want to do bottled goat milk? I don't know which one to do. I think we just do goat cheese. I don't see why not. And then we'll be getting the buffalo milk into here, and we'll get our buffalo mozzarella started, our biggest moneymaker on the channel, minus the clothes. The clothes will be coming whenever the cotton harvest is finished up. We're going to try and take this little gap here. There we go. And we're gonna hit every sign on the way out. Okay. But we're gonna get back, we're gonna get the buffalo milk, bring it on up to the dairy. And I think we just need to pick up bales after that. I think our productions are good. Minus like the hay ventilation and the TMR production. So I think we're good on everything else. But we're starting to make products, which is turning into money. So I don't know. Yeah, we're having a lot. We got a lot right now, especially in dry corn. So that's our cash crop right now, was the corn. I kind of want to save it, but we need to sell it. It is what it is. I would like to save it for the Jack Daniels, but we have to sell it. We don't have a choice right now. We only have $29,000 in the bank, and we need to start getting some equipment. We actually need to sell it probably before the cotton harvest, and that's going to be the only way we can actually afford to do our cotton harvest. Otherwise, we won't be able to afford it at all. I don't think we need this trailer anymore. I think we can return it. Let's see. Vehicles. Yeah, got that returned. I don't think we need that for anything else. I think we're good. We still need the semi. We need to go ahead and hook up to this guy right here. The water tanker, milk tanker, whatever you want to call it. We use it for both. Right now, we don't have a greenhouse. We will probably end up getting a greenhouse at some point. We'll have to if we do pizza. So I think we'll probably end up getting 2. Again, we'll clear out all these woods and level them off. And we'll go from there. All right, let's get this buffalo milk to the dairy right quick. All right, 4,000 liters right into the dairy. 4,000 liters doesn't sound like much, but in River Bend Springs, it actually lasted us a good while. I think it would last us most of the year. Whenever I was trying to do buffalo mozzarella, let's go ahead and get that activated too. Buffalo mozzarella. Let's get that activated. 3 milk for 2 buffalo mozz. 480 cycles per month. Let's see. Or I don't know math. Y'all can do math. I can't. I'm sure y'all are very good at math. Me, I'm horrible at it. Alright. Get this back. Probably get bales picked up. And we'll end up cultivating that grass field. I really don't know what we're going to do with that field. I just know that we don't need any more grass for a little while. We have plenty of grass that's turned into hay. Some of it's going to go to the goats. Most of it's going to go to the water buffaloes for TMR. So I think we do a cash crop in there. I'm really leaning towards that. But again, we got to get these productions going. So it could be one of those things where we plant 2 fields of wheat maybe, or something else. I don't know yet. We'll see. Alright, so hear me out on this. We do canola in the grass field because it has a higher yield than the last field it was in. We go ahead and get it limed and get it ready for planting. Not in this episode. We'll end up cultivating both this field and the wheat field and probably calling it at night. We'll see how much time we got at that point. But nonetheless, but we put canola in this field that we're on now. We take that wheat field and put barley in it. And then that other field, we put wheat in it. That keeps us kosher for our oil mill and the flour mill to stay going. I think almost guaranteed, because this field we're in now has a really high yield, and that other field is more acreage, less of a yield, but not a terrible yield. So I think we'll get a lot of wheat out of it. And then the barley, we don't need much barley. We really don't. We keep the cotton field as is, and we keep the corn field as is, depending on how much silage we end up getting.
we may only need one season of corn for a while. I just don't know how much silage we're actually going to get out of that corn, because it's only like 10 acres, I think. Yeah, it's 10 acres, so it's really not all that much. Now, granted, what was it? I want to say like 5-acre field, right? In the Riverbend Springs one, when we did our corn silage. Not the second one, not the new field that we did, but we had a field right next to the farmyard, and that field we did corn silage in. I think that was only 5 acres, and that yielded us like 400,000 liters. So I think 10 acres is going to be very close to a million liters of silage. And if that is the case, we really won't need much silage for a while. And at that point, I really don't know what we're going to do with that field either. Maybe we do spinach. I'm really wanting to do spinach. I don't know why. I like spinach. You can get a lot, and it has a second harvest in the season. So once you harvest it, it continues to grow. It'll regrow. You don't have to replant it or anything. It'll grow again, and then you have to replant it. So I think spinach is actually really very much worth it, and it's very high yielding too. So I don't know. Let me know in the comments what y'all think, what we should do, what other productions we should get into the mix, and things like that. Because it's not that I'm running out of ideas or anything. It's just I think there's just so much that we could do that I really don't know what to do, if that makes sense. There's so many options. And right now we don't have the money to do anything, but we will very soon. We're gonna have a lot of money, probably more than what we know what to do with here very soon. So just forward looking, trying to make as much money as we can. That's the whole point of this challenge anyways. But we're gonna get these bales picked up. We got the first load here. I don't know what this hay ventilation's at. It's at 118,000 right now, so maybe like 2 loads. Let's see. Yeah, looks like maybe half a load, so we'll see. But either way, we got to get this picked up, and we're going to park it probably over there in that little empty area, and we'll get the straw picked up, put it into the TMR production. We ended up with a perfect amount of grass bales. Well, those two are miniature. I had some problems with some key bindings, but we had a full load into the hay, a full load and a half into the hay ventilation. Then we got these two full loads right here, which is fantastic. So this will hold us off for a good while, actually, honestly. We're going to try and keep it even. Doubt it, but we'll see. Alright, now I'll have to do the straw bales. Shouldn't take us too long. I think we're going to get about a load and a half. I don't think we're going to get as near as many as we did with the grass. Which is fine. We don't really need all that much straw anyways. TMR only uses like 25 per cycle, 25 liters per cycle. You need more silage than you do anything for the TMR production. But we're going to get this done real quick, and then we're going to go ahead and cultivate these two fields. Alright, we ended up with a full load plus 9 bales. Which, not bad. Not bad. Let's take a look at how much that is now in the TMR production. I don't think we're going to have to bale for a while. So there's 573,000 liters of straw. Perfect. I don't think we're going to have to bale anytime soon. We have 413,000 liters in the hay ventilation, which is distributing over to our TMR production. And already we have 279,000 liters in that as well. So, and we have 145,000 of silage. So we're doing just fine. We're good on TMR, so the water buffalo can be almost capped. We're almost there, but not yet. Not enough to cap them out fully. We have the oil plant running. We have canola being made, canola oil. We have the bakers running, making bread. Flour mills running for the flour for the bakers. We have the dairy running for buffalo mozzarella and goat cheese. So we're going to be making money here very soon. Very, very soon. If not in the next couple episodes. So let's look at our seasonal calendar and let's see what we're going to plant. Canola is ready to be planted in August. So we'll cultivate up that grass field and plant canola in that. Wheat won't be ready. I think we said we're going to wait until April, May. I think we're going to wait until April to plant the barley and the wheat. So, due to the fact that during December, January, and February, those are the 3 months that no crop grows. There is zero crop growth. And so whenever you plant in September, you're waiting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months until you're able to harvest. Whereas I think if you plant in April, you get May, June, July, and I think August or September for harvest. We'll see if I'm correct on that, but I'm pretty sure that's right. So if that is the case, it's the same thing with the barley. The barley, you plant in April, so May, June, July, August. Yeah, August and September would be our harvesting months. So I think that is how that works. If I'm wrong, we're going to find that out. But we're going to go with it. We need to get into the John Deere. Our case has served us well today. It's done a great job. And now time for the big boy, the John Deere, to get this cultivation done. There's a lot to get cultivating. And this is the tanker to do it. This disc harrow is phenomenal. I'm loving it. It's a lot, I think it's a lot better than the cultivators, mostly because of the speed that you're able to go, but also because of the width. The width is fantastic. I think it's like 18 meters, which is phenomenal. And the speed for the width of it is fantastic. So let's get this steering assist going. We're only going to do one headland. There's no reason for two. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I was expecting a crash there. All right. We are now cultivating, and let's get this done. This shouldn't take too long. Okay, can anybody explain this? It was just starting to get dark. It's 8 o'clock at night. And all of a sudden, it's sunny again? I don't feel like that's right. I didn't change anything. It just kind of happened. I gotten out of the tractor to move the small bales right quick to over here. That's all I did. And whenever I put the last bale down, it completely changed back to sunny. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But we're almost done with this grass field. We'll be done with the wheat field here soon. It just wasn't lining up right, and I was like, meh. I'll do it on its own. It's no big deal. We're almost done though. We'll get this done here very soon. We're gonna move on to August after this. So that way in the next episode we can go ahead and start planting the canola into this field. Probably liming too, unfortunately. I like liming, we just do a lot of it, that's all. But yeah, thankfully we're done baling for a while. That's a plus. Mowing and baling was getting repetitive, and we only did like 2 episodes of it. I like mowing and baling, but it gets very repetitive very quickly, and it makes me feel like I'm playing mowing simulator rather than farming simulator. So, but yeah, let me get this knocked out right quick, and I'll see y'all here in a minute. All right, we are all done with the cultivation for both fields. So when we come back, we're gonna go ahead and plant that canola. We'll probably fast forward time a little bit, but I know the water buffaloes need to stay taken care of, and the same with the. Oh, add my super strength on. There we go. But I know we got to keep the goats going as well. So the chickens, they have what they have. When they run out, they run out until we have our barley harvest. So let's get everything closed up right quick. And then we're going to press on to August. We need to plant canola, and we also need to plant the barley and the wheat. However, I have a small problem. I know in the last episode we ended on me saying that we were going to plant canola in this episode. We still will, but I think we have to, because remember when I said back a couple episodes back that we need to plant in April? I think we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have, if we do that, we'll have a lot less wait time on our crops. And I think that's the play we do. The problem is October is coming up quick, meaning the cotton is almost ready. So the other problem is we only have $23,000 in the bank. We don't have enough money to harvest our cotton, pretty much is the problem. However, we could probably sell some goods. Looks like dry corn is tanking right now. We would lose $100,000 if we did that. The only other option that I could see is more or less looking at contracts, but the contracts don't have anything either. So pretty much this is the issue. We have this harvester, which is on the cheaper side. It's a mod on ModHub. Instead of it being $485,000, it's actually $299,000, and the lease cost is $15,000, which is over half of what we have left. I think we take out, and y'all are gonna think I'm crazy. Y'all are gonna think I'm absolutely crazy, and I think Dave Ramsey would hop in here and tell me how stupid I am. However, I think we do this, get it on a 10.5 meter, and then loan out $1 million. I don't see any other way, honestly, to get the cotton out of the field. We're gonna go ahead and go to October just to see, because maybe things are in our favor. But I don't I don't suspect it is. So let's go ahead and press on to October, because we are not planting canola this month. We are going to wait until April, and we're going to do all of our planting in April. And that's what we'll do. Because I see it as a better, what do you want to call it, planting schedule than planting in the fall and waiting all the way until summer to harvest. It doesn't really make sense, so... All right, yeah, let's go ahead and press on to September, and we'll take a look at this corn prices. I really hope the corn prices are good. I also went ahead and looked at the TMR. TMR, we had about 550,000 liters of TMR. I went ahead and put about 200,000 liters into the water buffalo pens, so hopefully that keeps them fed for a good while. All right, let's check let's check the dry corn prices. Dry corn. There we go. It is at the bottom of the barrel. Bottom of the barrel. It is the worst right now. And it's going to be even worse in October. Yikes. Okay. It looks like we have goat cheese that we could sell in October, which is only 15 grand, but it's something. A little bit of buffalo motts and a little bit of buffalo milk, maybe. We actually have buffalo milk. I don't know why it's not showing here. Yeah, we have 11,000 liters actually. And we have 3,500 eggs. And we have 3,000 liters of goat milk. So I don't know why that's not showing right now, actually. Show all? There we go. We can sell this. Oh, you can on this map. You can't sell buffalo milk outright. You have to put it into, because I bought the only dairy on the map. Okay. Because that would have been beneficial. Well, yeah, I think you know what? We're just going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to send it. Finances. Borrow to $1 million. Which is a lot. It's a big loan. Huge loan. But we're going to do it. And we're going to pay it back really quickly. Once we get all these, this is the first thing that's going to get paid off. Like I said, Dave Ramsey would not be very happy with me right now. Alright, we have $1 million. We're going to loan the full $1 million. There we go. We loaned out a full $1 million. So, we are going to go ahead and do this. Nothing else, just this. That way we can have at least something. I think we stay with the twin wheels. We stay with everything that's already on it. We can upgrade this or update it later on. But let's go ahead and buy this. Oh, that hurts, man. That really hurts. I don't like doing that. I do not like taking out that big of a loan. Usually, for me, even in my personal playthroughs, I don't usually get my loans any higher than like 500,000. Because after that, it kind of becomes a pain to pay off. But if we attack the loan, we should be okay. And we have to attack it hard. But we're going to be... Next year is going to be a good year. We're going to be planting on the right time schedule. We're going to have a year's worth of product to sell. So I think we'll be okay. But I'm kind of glad we have this harvester here. We should have went the other way. I'm kind of glad we have this harvester though. 10 meters. And y'all will see it whenever during harvest season, but... And I haven't even used this yet. But it's a nice harvester. This thing's really nice. We'll get out and take a look at it at the farm. Alright, we're going to leave this big beast of a machine parked right here. We're going to get out and take a look at this thing. Well, let's get back in it. Let's fully unfold it. This thing is massive. Look at that. This thing is actually really big. 10 meter working width on a cotton harvester. That's going to make things fly by. This is actually kind of cool. Corn's looking good too. Nice and tall. Alright, yeah, we're going to leave this big machine right here. We're going to fold it back up and get it into the driveway there, and then we're going to press on to October and probably harvest cotton at that point. Alright, the loan interest is only $3,333, which is a weird number, but it is what it is. That's not terrible. I mean, if I did a mod with leasing, I know there's a leasing mod, a more realistic leasing mod that we could have done, but I'm good. But anyways, let's check on the animals right quick. So they went through 200,000 liters of 200,000 liters worth of food in just 2 months. That's a lot of food, y'all. And the dairy is almost out of buffalo milk. Okay. And it still has a lot of goat milk to go through. Let's see. Time saving stock check says that obviously right now is the best time for buffalo moths, but I don't think we wait. I think we wait until the next year. The only downside to us doing milk is we can't sell it as is. Which kind of, unless we sell the dairy and then buy another dairy, if that makes sense. So construct our own. We would sell that dairy, construct our own, make our own buffalo mozzarella on the farm, just like we used to, and goat milk as well. That would be the only way to fix that, more or less. So let's hop over, let's double check, see if this cotton's ready to go. Yep, it is. So we're going to hop in this harvester, and we're going to get right on to this, because I'm actually very excited to use this machine. I'm so glad I found this. This is on ModHub, I'm pretty sure. I love it. So far, I haven't even tried it yet, and I love it. The only problem is it is a round baler, so. But we are harvesting cotton with a 10-meter working width, which it looks weird, doesn't it? Like, normally you don't harvest like this as far as cotton goes. We're getting a pretty good yield though. Looks like 97% in the low area. I think we're gonna get a lot because we already have almost half a bale. Well, that's in the pre-chamber, so I don't know. Turn on automatic drop. Let's do that. Yeah, turn on automatic drop. So I think the pre-chamber allows you to keep working as the next bale is getting ready, if that makes sense. So we're about to find that out here in a minute. Oh, I see. Okay. So the pre-chamber isn't a full bale. That doesn't make sense. So you fill up the pre-chamber to fill up the bale chamber. Why don't you just fill up the bale chamber? I don't know. Well, it's not my machine. This is a John Deere's machine. But I like it. If this is a real machine, I'm 99% sure it's a real machine. This must have been a game changer when it came out for cotton. Making harvests just that much quicker. Because my actual goal for this is to have 2 of these. And this size of a field wouldn't take very long at all. I mean, it's not going to take us long to do this anyways, but I mean, imagine 2, like if you have 2 cases with 5-meter widths, you're working like this, basically. You're doing this. So realistically, it's actually not a bad deal, because if the non-modded case cotton harvester is about 5 meters, that's 2, and you need 2 of those to make a 10-meter width. So at $485,000, you're better off buying this. Just one of these, really. But all right, we're gonna knock this cotton out. This is about to be a lot of fun for me. Remember, I expected 200,000. I didn't see any comments on guessing, so I'm gonna roll with everybody guessed 200,000. And we're gonna roll with it because we're getting 121% yield in the highest areas, which is the entire field minus a couple corners. I think we're gonna get 200,000 liters. All right, I'll see y'all here in a little bit. Alright, we're almost done with this field. We got a few passes left. I think 200,000 was a little optimistic. We're at 7 bales, which equates to 70,000 liters at the moment. Which isn't bad. But I really feel like I'm corn harvesting right now with this 10.5 meter header. So this mod is on ModHub. It is John Deere CS770. You can find it on ModHub. I'm enjoying this harvester a lot. But we do have to get this done pretty quickly. We need to go on to November because that corn over is going to be just almost perfect for us to chop up and get it into silage. We're completely out of silage in our TMR production. However, the TMR production has like 350,000 liters of TMR. And so we're running low on hay, but at the same time we're not, because we have 200,000 in the TMR production, and then we have another 300,000 in the hay ventilation. So it's leveling itself out. We got a lot of straw, but the only issue is those water buffaloes are hungry. I mean, in 2 months they went through 200,000 liters of TMR, which is so much. That is so much food. So we're gonna stay on top of that. We're gonna stay on top of the corn, stay on top of the hay, because the hay is also for the goats. The goats are producing fine, as is. However, I want them to be producing at max, so that way we can fill up the dairy. And we'll probably end up buying this field over here, field 50, and turning it into like a storage field where we have our bale storage, we have the pallet storage, we have all the product storage more or less that we could ever want, and extra places to put equipment because our farm's already kind of running low on space. Not terribly, but it's getting there. So but yeah, we're gonna get this knocked out. We only got a couple more passes to go and then we should be done. We're almost at our 8th bale. Like I said, I don't see why we're not going to get 100,000 at least out of this, which is a great start for our spinnery. All right, we are all done with the cotton harvest. 113,000 liters total. So we had 11 bales, and then that 12th bale is a partial. So not bad at all. Even if it wasn't 200,000, I'm still perfectly okay with 113,000 liters. This spinnery only holds, it holds 900,000 liters, and so we're not even going to be a quarter filled on that spinnery. So I don't know how long the cotton is actually going to last. I hope it lasts a good while, at least until the next harvest, at a minimum. But for cotton, I'm actually eyeballing this field over here. So this one's 22 acres. This one's 26 acres. I guess we would probably end up with like 150,000 instead. I don't feel like that's really worth it. I am eyeballing that field though for something. I just don't know what yet. But yeah, we have a nice harvester now, which I'm very happy about. I love this harvester. Again, it just feels like it doesn't feel like I'm cotton harvesting. It feels like I'm actually corn harvesting, which is really nice. The other problem is I don't know where to park this thing. We have our big John Deere tractor in this bay. We are getting rid of that bale trailer, so actually let's go ahead and do that. Let's sell our bale, because remember I said we were going to go ahead and do square bales from now on, so we'll do that. We're going to sell this guy. And we're going to sell the round baler. And then we'll move this into this bay. And then we'll move the cotton harvester into the other bay. That way our big equipment's in our big shed, and we don't have to leave it outside for any reason. Alright. It's a full John Deere. Well, no, that's a Fendt. Never mind. I thought we had a Fendt. I thought we had a John Deere forage harvester. Alright. Let's swing this in there. And we're gonna press on to November. We need to get the corn silage done. Oh no, this ain't gonna fit, is it? Nope. Oh. Yep, nope. Okay. So that one's gonna have to go into the big door. And I wonder if the actual combine harvester can fit through this door. It should be able to. I don't see why it wouldn't. Let's see. Swing it around here. Oh yeah. plenty of room. Maybe, maybe not. We might have a header problem then. If that's the case. Oof. Oh no, we still got room on that side. It's just really tight. Yeah. Just very tight. That's fine. Yeah, that'll do. So, we'll close these doors up. Move that guy over to this bay. Then we'll move on to November. Yeah, it's a bit tight in here. But it works. We're gonna have to worry about getting that forage harvester out here in a minute, but that should be fine. Before we move on to November, we need to feed these water buffalo. We can't let them go dry. Which I think they are actually. Oh, they're almost dry. Yeah, we gotta get them fed like right now. And before we do our... Actually, we have plenty of time in October. We're gonna go ahead and change my mind. I change my mind all the time. We're gonna feed these water buffalo. And then we're gonna take the buffalo milk and go put it in the dairy. And we might... No, nah. We still need to get a flatbed, so I might end up buying a flatbed and taking the goat's milk up to the dairy as well. We still don't have very many chickens in the grand scheme of things. Our chicken pen holds like 1,250 chickens. That's what it holds. And we only have like 300, so we're not actually getting very many eggs at the moment. But we will be. So we need that flatbed very soon because our product is going to start becoming a problem. Not a problem, it's a good problem to have, but the problem is going to be transportation. Also, I did fix the little collision bug in this shed. I had to actually level out that back end over there a little farther out, and it works out. So I'll show you right now, because the very first time we did this, the tractor ended up getting caught on some invisible collision, like right there, but we couldn't get out. We couldn't keep going straight like this way. And so once this is unloaded, I'll show you that. Alright, so if I pull forward, I should be able to go straight through. Yep. So, a while back, it was getting caught on something. I might have to go a little farther. But, it was getting caught on something invisible, and I didn't know what it was. And turns out it was just because of how it was being softened. Or it wasn't fully level. And as long as you're like dead straight, you should be okay. Yep, there it goes. So I think we still back into this because it's kind of complicated to get in and out of. Just for the ease of it. But I'm going to fill this up. And then we're going to take the buffalo milk on down to the dairy. Yeah, I was not thinking whenever I passed up the store. Alright, so we're at the store now. And we got the buffalo milk delivered as well. So, and they're fed, which is really good. Now we got to find the trailer. We have $166,000. We got a little bit left over from our loan, and then we have money from the baler and the trailer as well for that. So I'm thinking we go for the biggest one, this one here. Or we go for this one, which this one is fine too. I think it's just as big, right? I think it's cheaper actually. Extension. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, you lay out the extension and you can put an extra whatever. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that. All right, cool. We're going to buy this one. And we're going to get these. I don't know how many cotton bales it can fit, but I'm assuming only 2. If it can hold 2, that's actually just fine. Because for the square baler, or the rectangle baler, cotton bales, those trailers can only hold 2 at a time as well. So it kind of works out. Yeah, let's go pick up these cotton bales right quick, get them to the spinnery, and get the spinnery rolling. And then we'll double check everything and make sure that we're good to move on to November. We should be, but I just want to double check and make sure that we're not missing anything. Alright, looks like we're full. We have 5 bales on, so that works out. That's a lot more than I thought it was actually going to hold. We'd have the partial on here as well, so not bad. It shouldn't take too long to get over to the spinnery then. If you've watched up to this point, make sure you hit that subscribe button for me. It tells me you really like this content. Also hit that like button if you're enjoying this video. But we're going to get this to the spinnery right quick, and then we're going to get that thing started. And hopefully we'll have some good income in the next year. That's the plan. This is year 1 for this one. So we're not too far in. I think we're done for the first year. And so we're on our 2nd year. And we're already getting things going pretty good, so this isn't going to take much time at all. Alright, we got all the cotton here. I went ahead and threw the extra bales on top of the trailer. So now we need to activate the spinnery. 12% full with 113,000 liters, which in our Riverbend Springs map, we were only getting what, like 60,000 per harvest? So that's really not bad, honestly. But 18 cotton for 6 fabric, that's really good. Let's see. We don't have clothes yet, so we're just doing fabric, and we'll end up selling those. We'll end up selling that fabric outright. I don't see us having the clothing factory. I don't think we do. But the canola's all done, so we can deactivate that. The wheat's almost done. The flour mill's almost done. And yeah, I don't think there's anything else. The corn dryer is all done. And unfortunately, it is the lowest month possible for dry corn. That's not good, but nonetheless, we'll sell in January and be fine with it. All right. Oh, canola sale in December. Yep. So 125. We're looking at 133,000 for that, and then another 246,000. So about $300,000 already. We're making a lot of money. So, all right, let's get this trailer and tractor trailer back. And we're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna meet y'all at the field for the corn silage. All right, it is time for corn silage. First time on Judith Plains. We've done this a couple times on Riverbend Springs. The only difference is we're not having to do silo compaction, so we're just going to be taking it to the fermenter and right back to the field. I went through and double checked everything. The biggest problem is that we don't have very much TMR. We only have 161,000, and the buffalo ended up eating through. They have like 20,000 liters left of that 200,000 that we put in there. So that is going to be a problem. Hopefully this silage ferments pretty quickly and we don't have to worry about it, but it's kind of sketch. So we're getting 97% yield, which is decent. It's not terrible. We've had worse. So we're going to get this knocked out right quick. Shouldn't take us very long. The only problem is I don't think we might have to do half this episode and half start on the beginning of the next episode. We'll probably have to do that. So just stay tuned for the next episode if you want to see this harvest finished out. But other than that, I'll see y'all here in a little bit.
I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gone live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Doing no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad.
Yeah.
Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Chip on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious. I'ma go cause something, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad. I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad. Do it no cap. Only God wants, so you better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad. Baby, I'm bad. I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gon' live it up.
Alright, we are all done with the headlands. This is, I think, the fourth load, maybe third. We have 140,000 liters so far. 6,600 silage already. So we should be doing pretty okay on this harvest. But I'm going to get this back over to the fermenter. So far we have 150,000 liters. I think we're going to be pushing close to 1 million. Most likely not. Again, I don't know the yields yet, so we're getting to know that now. But also we need to probably press on to all the way to April. I think after this harvest we should be good to go all the way to April. We'll have to make sure that the TMR is all filled up, just because of the water buffalo needing food, and they're going through food like crazy. Like every 2 months it's like 200,000 liters. So hopefully this harvest, I hope they'll have enough silage to last through till April, because we're not planting anything until April. We're trying to get on a different planting schedule, because right now we're on a planting of, like, in the winter, like, well, we plant in the fall and then we don't harvest till the summer. So if we plant in the spring, then we'll harvest in the fall. We're waiting a lot less time that way. We're gonna get right into this, and I'm gonna time lapse this. It might be the whole harvest, might not, just depends on how much time it takes. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoy it. Well, as much as I would love to say that we are done with the silage harvest, that is not the case. Unfortunately, we have like one little row left in the whole harvest. But I had a full trailer, so I had to come back and empty it out. But while we do this very last row, we're going to take a look at the animals right quick and the productions, make sure everything's running smooth. Make sure everything's turned on and is actually giving us product. And anything that's not, that doesn't have anything in it, we're going to turn off so that we're saving money on our production costs. For a second, I debated whether to put wheat, wheat in this field and canola in that field. I think we're going to go ahead and do the original plan where we put canola in that grass field and put wheat in the old canola field. And then in the old wheat field, we put barley. And I don't know whether to plant corn or not, because we did not get anywhere near that million. We actually got 500,000. So we ended up getting a total, about roughly 600,000, because there's already been processed silage that went to the TMR production, which was 35,000 liters worth. We're actually going to go ahead and get that started. Silage, hay, straw, TMR. We're going to activate that, get that going. The spinnery is cooking with fabric. We had 113,000 liters in here, and it's already down to 66,000. So that's really good. The canola plant is no longer working. We have 27,000 liters. And no canola, so we turned that off. The bread, the bakers, is going off of the flour mill. Flour mill still has 28,000 liters left. So we're going to leave the bakers on. Hay ventilation, there's still 233,000 liters, but we have a lot more sitting over there at the other side of the field. So our productions are doing really well. There's 22,000 liters of buffalo milk in there. It's making buffalo mozz and it's making goat milk or goat cheese, so we're pumping out product like crazy. And we actually need to check on the animals too. So whenever we get this trailer emptied, we'll check on the animals and make sure they don't need anything. If they don't need anything, we're going to start pressing on through the winter. And the only thing we're going to do through the winter is basically keep the animals fed minus the chickens, because we don't have any extra barley to be giving the chickens, which is fine because there's only like 600 chickens. I think they ended up reproducing, so there should be like 600 chickens. There's 900 chickens, sorry. Yeah, 3 months, 1 month, and 21 months. So the 21 months are the only chickens producing eggs right now. They're not producing very much. It's 6,500 right now, but they're not eating much either. So hopefully they can last through until the next barley harvest. I hope so. That way we don't lose out on egg production. Alright, all the equipment's put away. Now we just need to check on the animals right quick, make sure their food's good. Minus the chickens, obviously, but chickens have 6,500 liters of eggs. We're going to move those eggs here in a minute. The water buffalo, they have 85,000 liters worth of TMR. We'll probably end up doing that in December, filling them up. And the buffalo milk is at 8,833 liters. Goats, they have 75,000 liters left of grass. They're not going through it like crazy, so we're just going to let them do their thing. We have 86 times 2. They did reproduce. We need to move that goat milk so that way they can keep producing that. We don't take a hit on it. So far, so good. I'm really considering buying up this field over here later on, and putting a dairy, the Maps dairy there, because I think, if I'm correct, we can actually put the Maps dairy somewhere else. Let me double check that. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Let's see. Yeah, so it's a dairy, but it's not the same one. I don't know, but it does soybeans and all that, so I assume it's the Montana one. Meaning it would hold the same amount of milk. So maybe that's the case. I hope so. If so, that's what we'll end up doing. All right. I think we're okay to press on to December. Yeah, well, let's go ahead and grab the semi right quick. Let's take care of those pallets of goat's milk and of eggs as well. I think it's just 2 more weeks to Highland fishing, by the way. I hope everybody's ready for it. I am. I can't wait for our series that's coming up. So I'll be putting out a video of actually fishing, learning how to fish, and doing all those things. And then we're going to do a Let's Play series as well. And hopefully y'all enjoy that. But we'll be continuing on with this series. This series isn't going to get stopped. We'll just probably end up doing 2 videos a week of this video, and then 1 a week of the New Holland fishing. Or vice versa for a couple weeks, depending. But for the most part, let's see, hang on one second. Container type, all T. Okay. Loading type. Yep, full only, okay. We wanted full only, and Shift R. But anyways, we might do 2 videos of Highland fishing for at least the first couple weeks, just because of it being a new map, and I think it'll be better that way. And then we'll come back to Judith Plains and finish up our $10 million challenge. I don't think I can go this way. We're about to find out. Oh, I can. Cool. It'll work out just fine, actually. I hope those gates open the other way. Yep, they do. Yeah, this worked out a lot better than I thought it was going to. Alright, we're just going to park this right by the house, because we're going to have to go in and out of this, out of the goat pen. We're just going to park it right over here. And then we're going to press on to December. Welcome to December. I went ahead and checked the time saving stock check, and it looks like the canola oil is actually ready for sale. So we're going to go ahead and go down to the canola factory right quick. We're going to slow down time so the prices don't change on us by accident. We're going to grab these canola oil pallets and take them to BP, the BP gas station. So kind of excited that we're actually that we're selling to major things that everybody's heard of: McDonald's, Subway, Applebee's, BP gas stations. I call BP's Kinjos because usually they're tied to a Kinjo market. But yeah, let's go pick these up right quick and we'll get them sold. Alright, we are at the BP station, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. There we go. 133, a little over 140,000 liters. We are losing our trailer. That was fun. Alright. Real life, that would have gone really, really bad. But I couldn't turn out of there, so, I mean, I didn't really have a choice. Nonetheless, $140,000. That's not bad. Let's double check our profit. We're looking at projected 1.3 million. So already, I mean, again, we're only in year 2. That's not bad. That's actually really, really good, especially in comparison to Riverbend Springs. I think if we would have gotten more canola, that we'd be hitting closer to $200,000 on that one, on that sale. I'm also eyeballing this field right here. It's a pretty large field. It's a 35 acre field. Has a pretty decent yield expectation, but it's a little farther out there, but I mean, an extra 35 acre field wouldn't hurt us. Alright, we're back. We're gonna leave this parked in the driveway for now, because it's January is gonna be a better sell month. But I also don't know what we actually need to do, honestly. I know some animals need taken care of. Oh yeah, water buffalo need food right now. They cannot wait. We're gonna bump this back up to ×3 like we always do. That's bump the time up from 0.5 to ×3. But that's where we keep it at. I'm gonna go ahead and fill up these buffaloes right quick. And I'll bring y'all back after that. Alright, we are in a very snowy January, and we have to sell the corn, the dry corn. Went ahead and put the time back to halftime. That way we can go ahead and get this, I don't know where to put this trailer. Maybe just over here for now. Yeah, we'll just put it right there for now. But, we got dry corn to sell, and that's about $200,000. So that's actually $250,000, close to it anyways. So that's what time saving stock check says. We'll see how close that actually is when we get to our sell point, which is Jack Daniels, which is really close. However, we're gonna have a problem. I don't want to lease a trailer. I really don't want to lease a trailer. So y'all are gonna have to see me do some unrealistic things with this trailer, which you're probably about to have to do in a minute. Okay, never mind. However, yeah, so when we get to the Jack Daniels plant, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. What I was talking about in a couple episodes back when I said I was wanting to buy the Jack Daniels plant, with that parking situation. So for 80,800 liters of corn, dry corn, we ended up getting harvest income. Where are we at? Harvest income, $138,000 plus the environmental, which is fantastic. That's great. So here's my parking problem. You got a car here, which you have to swing wide for, right? And that one's fine. That one's doable, but this is not. This is very much not doable. Because you have to be almost right at it, go around, and the car is literally in the way. If I turn anymore, that back trailer is going to get caught on the building. So, in order to fix this problem, I have to come out and do this very unrealistically. Get our super strength going. Take this back trailer and swing it out. That's really the only way I can get through this plant. Alright, I'm going to time lapse through the rest of winter. And I will see y'all here in a little bit. Because I don't know what else we got to do. I don't think we have anything else to sell in January. I'll double check and make sure, but I don't think we do. And then we have our fabric to sell later on in the couple months. So. All right, we're almost done with January. I kept thinking, I think twice now. I was like, all right, we're good to press on to February. Got everything done. No, that is not the case. I forgot that we actually need to go sell the bread. So we're gonna sell the bread and then move on to February. I don't want to forget anything. So I I don't think there's anything left after the bread. I'm pretty sure after the bread, we're good to go. But yeah, let's get up here to the baker's right quick, grab the bread, and let's see where we're taking this. This snow is coming down. It's probably gonna not look great, but I mean, it is what it is. Welcome to Farming Simulator and welcome to winter. Alright, we got this big rig backed up in here. And we're gonna grab all this bread. We're gonna figure out where to go. Oh, to the restaurant. Okay. It's on a boat way out there, so I don't know the big difference. We could do the small farmer's kiosk, wherever that's at. I don't know if our farm has one, but I think there's one on a different farm. I don't think that would be a bad idea, because we get a bonus for that. If y'all remember from the Riverbend Springs series where we had a small farmer's kiosk, I think it's like 20%. Alright, I think that's all the bread. Yep, that is all the bread. So we're going to take it to the small farmer's kiosk, I think. Let's find out where that's at. If it's where I think it is. Yeah, it's where I think it is. I don't know if we can actually use that or not. I don't think we can. We're about to find out though. Alright, here we are. Let's see if we can actually sell. Okay, if I can use my brakes, that'd be great. Let's back this up. I don't think we can use this. This is a farm this is the starter farm actually. And I don't think you can actually use this. Oh, you can. Oh, cool. Okay. Well, we'll do that then. So, a little over $120,000, which it was projected to be like 108 actually. So that works out. That's a good amount of money. We have $600,000 in the bank right now, which is crazy. That is a crazy amount, especially as we get started here. So that $1 million loan is going to get paid off pretty quick. I told y'all I thought it was worth it, or I didn't think it was going to be fully worth it, but it very much is. I think we made a good decision on that cotton harvester. What do y'all think? Let me know down in the comments if y'all thought that cotton harvester was actually a good buy, or if it was a little early to be buying something like that. Very curious on y'all's opinion. I'm always very curious on y'all's opinion. Alright, we are in February. And it looks like we don't really have anything to sell. We could go ahead and... No, we can't sell our TMR. That's not how that works. But the fabric, this is as much fabric as we're going to get. We don't have any more cotton left in the spinnery, so that's all we're going to get. Buffalo mozzarella, we have about $46,000 worth at the moment. But it's not ready till October. So our next big sale isn't until May. Probably March. Probably not April. Or it should be April rather, because in Riverbend Springs, the highest price was actually in April versus May. So maybe that's the case here. For this episode, we're going to be planting some cotton. But we're also going to go ahead and probably move to April and plant all of our other crops. So we have a huge planting session ahead of us. So stay tuned for that. Also stay tuned for later on this week. I also have 2 other supercuts for season 1 and season 2. So go ahead, check those out if you have time. I'll put a card up for both of those videos here in a little bit. All right, let's go ahead and get in this John Deere, our big tractor. And let's get this Kinsey planter right quick, and we'll head on over to the field, over to the cotton field. Alright, we are pulling up to the field right now. In the last episode, we ended up selling a lot, well, really not even all that much goods, really. But however, we made $600,000. I know it says 590, so that looks like, to me, all we did was press on to the next month. And so that tells me that our production costs and all of our monthly fees that we have to pay are about $10,000, which is a crazy amount right now. A lot of that has to do with the animals because of the water, and then the production costs for all of our productions running. So things like that. And I'm pretty sure we turned off all the productions. I'll have to take a look at that here in a little bit just to make sure, but I slowed time down a lot, and the reason why is because I don't know if we can actually plant in the snow. And I don't want to take a risk of not being able to plant. So it's supposed to rain, or snow, excuse me, it's supposed to snow until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 1400 for my 24-hour people, but yeah, I don't want to risk not being able to plant. So I know we can also plant cotton in March, but I really don't want to risk it. So, but yeah, I'm very excited that this is episode 30. I think the channel has done really well, and as always, I appreciate every single one of you guys that tune into this channel, and I appreciate every single one of you guys that subscribe to this channel as well. It really keeps me motivated. I know, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, my voice isn't exactly emotionally vibrant, so it's kind of hard to tell whenever I'm actually excited and actually motivated and things like that, but it really does, it really does motivate me to keep on doing this, and because it tells me that I'm putting out content that people actually enjoy, and if I'm doing that, then I'm happy. It honestly makes me very happy to do this. So, well, yeah, we're gonna get this cotton in the ground, and then we have to plant every single field in this episode. I don't think we have a choice. We have to plant corn. We have to plant barley. We have to plant wheat. We're planting cotton right now. And the bad thing, well, the good problem is there's more crops to come, because we have so much stuff to get done as far as productions go. The productions, man, they are going to take a lot of effort and a lot of crops. That means a lot of field work, a lot of harvesting, a lot of everything. So probably a lot of AI work too. We're probably going to start doing a lot more AI work, depending on how much money we can keep in the bank. I know I'm a very I buy a lot of things very quickly, so. But yeah, with we have Jack Daniels coming soon, very soon, probably we might actually buy it this episode, if not definitely next episode. Jack Daniels is the way we're gonna go, and then after that we need to buy the pizza factory. After that, probably I was thinking preserved goods, so the spinach bags for spinach. Get that on the card, and then we'll have to think of other productions to put down. Either we put more productions down, or we do more with the productions that we currently have. We are going to move the dairy. We're going to sell the dairy on the map, and we're going to move it to field 50 over here. So that way, any excess milk, buffalo milk or cow's milk that we get, we can sell it instead of just kind of holding it, because I can't put it in a silo, you know what I mean? I got to get rid of it somehow. And if the production ends up being full, then I have nowhere to put it. So we're going to get that figured out pretty quick as well, but that'll be in a few more episodes. That's not going to be right now, so. All right, let's go ahead and get this cotton planting knocked out right quick, and I'll see y'all here in a little bit. Alright, we just finished up our last full row. However, we got this little tiny thing right there, right next to that blue line. And it's not all the way down, but it's most of the way, so we're just going to go ahead and plant all the way through just in case we missed anything by accident. And then after this, we're going to go ahead and fill this back up with liquid fertilizer. And we're going to double check everything, make sure the animals are good throughout the winter. And we're going to move on to probably April. Heading right into spring. Go ahead and get our planting going. We'll get the AI going on the corn. And we'll hop into the case and get going on probably the canola first. I think we'll do canola first, and then we'll do canola first, then the barley, and then the wheat. I think we'll do that. Which, I really don't think we need as much barley as I think we need. But I don't know, because we haven't hit the max of chickens yet, but we will next year. So we kind of need to make sure we have enough, if that is the case. Okay, yeah, they are going through a lot, actually. They're actually going through a lot right now. 3, 6, 9, 12, 50. We are at capacity for chickens. We have 1,250 chickens right now. So we are at capacity for chickens. We have 600 chickens that are actually putting out eggs. The other 650 chickens are not putting out any eggs because they're not old enough yet. And our water buffalo are doing amazing as far as production goes. 31,000 liters of buffalo milk is crazy. Let's check on the dairy. Yeah, the dairy's got 20,000 liters in there. And they've only put out about 3,000 liters of buffalo mozzarella. So, which kind of hurts, but that's okay. We're not even selling that stuff until October, I think. Yeah, we're not even selling it till October. And let's see, fabric is going crazy, so we're going to be selling that here soon. We have no more cotton, so that's pretty much done. Goat cheese is in October as well, and we already have 18,000 liters. Oh yeah, this is wonderful. This is fantastic. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and get this planter filled up on fertilizer, get it to the cornfield, and we'll hook up our case and get it ready as well. I do want to go ahead and take a second and give a huge shout out to Socks Way Up Farming Simulator. I'm sure y'all have heard of him. He's a fantastic role-playing farming simulator type content creator, and he is doing an amazing job. I ended up speaking with him a couple weeks ago on his live stream, gave me some really good insights for channel progression and things like that, and just gave me his start, and really motivates me. Really, I see Socks Way Up as a potential mentor, if that makes sense. So I wanted to give him a huge shout out. Go check out his channel. His channel will be linked down in the description. But yeah, he's awesome. So if you guys are into like farming role play, cattle series, things like that, survival challenges, he does all that stuff, and he's really good at it. So I don't know why I'm putting this up. Why am I putting it up? We need to fill it up. But anyways. But yeah. We need to fill this up, and then we need to get the case ready. What else? We need to double check out all the productions and things like that. Make sure we didn't turn anything off. We're going to go ahead and do that. Yep. Milk is still going. The dairies are still good. Fermenting silo is done, so that's all turned off. The wheat has 13,000 liters still left in it, so we're going to keep that running. We'll turn it off next month. Hay ventilation still going, still putting it out. The bread is still being made because of flour and all that good stuff. I didn't turn that off, did I? Okay. I don't know why it's not baking at the right thing, but anyways. Canola is turned off. The spinnery is turned off. and the TMR production is still putting out TMR like crazy. So, yep, we are sitting pretty. We will need to bale up some straw, 211,000 liters, and we'll probably having to end up do hay at some point. We still have those two way out there, if y'all see it. We still have those 2 rows of 24 bales each, so that should be okay. We're gonna leave this right here. We're gonna press on to February. Animals, I'll feed the cattle right quick, or the buffaloes right quick, and then, all right, we are in April, and our water buffalo have ran out of food. I went ahead and I was like, well, I'll go ahead and feed them, 150, 200,000 liters, and they should be fine. And my game is lagging to all craziness. Hang on. Let's get this back to check. There we go. Kind of. I don't think I'm lagging, like... my recording's not lagging, it's literally the game. This is the one downside of this mod map is it takes a while for like shaders to load and things like that. So if you have issues with frame rate at first, it's normal. So all right, but yeah, the water buffalo ran out, and I was like, okay, I don't see how, because 200,000 liters is a lot of TMR. It's a lot of food, so they shouldn't have ran out, but they did. And so they're at 1.3 million liters. Okay, we have so much to put in there. That's fine, but they did pop out some babies. 198 babies. So 2, 3, 4. Oh, we have max capacity of water buffalo right now, I think. If my math is correct, we have max capacity for water buffalo, which is awesome. So they're about to be producing a lot of milk. We actually really do need to sell that dairy and put down another one. So that other field is $211,000. So what I think we should do is let this current dairy run out. We go ahead and buy the field in the next dairy, and then we fill up the new dairy with what's in the cow barn right now, which is 45,000 liters. So much milk, so much water buffalo milk. Where am I getting caught? Where am I getting caught? I'm gonna have to move it. That a little bit. But we go ahead and fill up our own, let the other one run out. When the other one runs out of all the product, we go ahead and sell it off, and then that way we can sell our excess whenever it comes October time frame. Because we're gonna have excess. It's just, it is what it is. With 500 water buffalo, there's no way one dairy can keep up. Or this could be a good idea too, is instead of sell it off, we still make our own dairy, but now we have 2 dairies, and that there's one dairy specifically dedicated only to water buffalo, to buffalo mozzarella. I think that would be amazing. I think that would be actually a decent idea, because water buffaloes, the buffalo mozzarella is a big money maker for us. It's $14,000 per 1,000 liters, and we're on normal difficulty as far as I know. We should be, yeah, we're on normal economic difficulty, and it's $14,000 per 1,000 liters. So, am I correct on that? Is my math right on that? Yeah, 14,000 liters per 1,000 liters. So the more buffalo mods we have, we're making so much more money. And that's what this challenge is all about. Making money. Making $10 million in 1 year. That is all about this challenge. So I am all game for it. We're still doing a lot of crops. We're still doing, we're still going to do Jack Daniels. May not be this episode now that I think about it. I think these, These animals need some attention first. We get these animals lined up. The chickens are doing well once we get the barley, and the goats are doing just fine. They're no big deal. Goats are easy to take care of. There's no, like grass, no big deal. Doesn't even have to be hay. Grass is fine. And then same thing with the chickens. As long as they have barley, they're happy. Now these needy water buffalo need everything. So just to mix it into a ration for them. So they are very hungry. I'm telling you, they might as well be hippos. They eat so much. And to add cows into the mix, that might be too much. I think cows are a little bit too much. We might not do cows. We'll just keep with the water buffalo and just stay with them. We're going to put a lot of TMR in here. I'm probably going to fill up the pen. So I'm going to go ahead and get that finished up, and then we're going to get right to planting all of our fields. Because we have a lot to plant. So much to plant. Alright, this should be the last load of TMR. Let's see, yeah. 494,000, literally 495,000 really. Of TMR into the water buffalo pens. So they're pretty much capped out. We're gonna go ahead and park this trailer right here. We're gonna get this worker going on the cornfield. Or actually, you know what? We're gonna do we're gonna put the worker on the cedar with this case. We're gonna do the cornfield. So I did some math, and it looks like we are doing pretty well financially, actually. So where is this trigger at? Did I mess up the triggers? Let's see. Right there? Right there. There we go. But I did some math, and we ended up making, I'll have to give you an exact total, $518,211 so far this year. So what do I mean by January? No. By this year, I mean the beginnings of October. Because our very first month was August. In the very first month, you're not going to make anything. There is no way you can make any money on the first month, as far as I know. If there is a way, please let me know. I would love to know. Unless you sell buildings and things like that. So, I think our year starts in October, honestly. And so because of that, since October, we've made $518,000. So we're on good track, and we still have money to make this year. We still have to make money from the fabric, so which is another $200,000. So we're almost to the million mark. The 1 million mark, which I think is going to increase significantly in the next year. Once we get these water buffalo stabilized, and then on top of that, we get the whiskey going, Jack Daniels, and then later on that year, I think in the next year, towards the end of next year in the game, we will have that preserved food factory, and we'll be doing spinach. That is going to be field dependent. I think a lot of it, I think we do really make sure our income is going towards fields right now until we get stabilized on our stuff, because our productions aren't even at full capacity yet. Okay? They aren't even running full. Oh, uh-oh. So I noticed something when we were planting cotton. I noticed something. And it was that it wasn't showing me my nitrogen level on my left-hand side, but it does for this one. But it's not doing it for my planter. But I mean, it's changing things for the it's changing things for the thing on the map. So, but it's not planting my corn like it should. Oh, it's not getting rid of the corn stalks. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, we're gonna put the AI on this one. I don't want to plant that. Absolutely not. We're gonna let an AI do that. Absolutely. Okay, it shows for the AI, but it doesn't show for me? That's so strange. We're gonna have this AI be done. Why won't it? Okay, that's weird. Might be a bug. Might have to reload my stuff, which is fine. No big deal. We will deal with it in the next episode. Hopefully in the next episode it actually has it. Because I like to know where I'm planting. I like to know if I'm planting on loam or if I'm planting on sandy loam. Whatever. What have you. So. Alright, we have a lot of acres. I did math on that too. We're planting 83 acres today. On this episode. 83 acres of crop going in the ground. This is barley. Oh no, this is supposed to be my wheat field, yo. Alright, we'll cultivate. It's fine. We'll fix that problem later. Let's see. B. Alright, there we go. That's better. There's the wheat. We'll cultivate that barley up, because this was supposed to be the wheat field. We need to make sure this is the wheat field. Because, man, that yield was not great for our production. And then the canola field is going to be in the old grass field. Barley's going in the old wheat field. The corn is staying where it's at because we need that for silage. And if we put it in one of these big fields, I literally just don't have the time to do that kind of harvest. That big kind of harvest. So unless I did it all off camera, showed y'all little snippets maybe, but otherwise I would not have time to do it. That's probably how the spinach is going to be if we end up doing like a really big field, but spinach is very high yielding, so we shouldn't need to do that. We shouldn't need a very big field. Like 10-15 acres should be more than enough for spinach. That should really fill the factory, honestly. I did it on Frankenmuth. I had a personal playthrough on Frankenmuth, and I did the preserved fruit factory. And I did a spinach. Well, the spinach I put into my smallest field, which was like 10 acres. And it ended up filling the preserved food factory with just 10 acres because it has that second growth potential. And so it did really well. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to on spinach. I like spinach. I like doing it. I like harvesting it. It's a fun crop. But let me know you guys' thoughts on what we should do. I'm curious because I'm kind of running out of ideas. I'd like to hear what you guys think we should do as far as production goes, or maybe some more animals, whatever. I'm down for whatever. Alright, let's get this stuff going. All right, we are on our last little strip of the wheat field. I had to fill up on fertilizer. We did run out of fertilizer. So that is, which is a lot of fertilizer. I think we might benefit from getting a slurry spreader because in the water buffalo pen, there's like 700,000 liters of slurry that we can be using for fertilizer. So I think that might be the play, where we spread some slurry on a few of these fields to keep the cost of fertilizer down. Because they're going to be producing a lot of slurry, a lot more slurry than what we could probably keep up with anyways. At some point, we should probably think about. I don't think the map has a bio plant, and so we might have to actually build our own. If that's the case, oh, it does have a bio. Okay, it does have a biogas plant. Sweet. So we could also do that. I don't know. I've never done a biogas plant before. Never done it before. I have no idea how much electric charges are or how much methane is. I know those are the products of slurry, and the digestate is a byproduct, and digestate can be used as fertilizer as well. But I don't know. I don't know how much that stuff is as far as selling it goes. I think it's a significant amount. Let me know, because I'm genuinely curious. I have no idea. And it's not in here to tell me how much that stuff is. Nothing. So I'm actually genuinely curious. I have no idea. I think digestate is though, or the methane. No, the methane's not in here either. Yeah, methane's not in here either. So I don't know. Molasses is. I don't even know where to get molasses. All right. So we're gonna finish up. I was a bit optimistic on planting all of our fields. We might leave the canola field for the next episode because it is getting late. I gotta get to bed. Y'all know I work, so and I make these recordings after I get off work, so I do need to get to bed. However, we'll do all but one field. The worker did finish up on the cornfield, which is good. I know it doesn't look planted, but it is planted, I promise. And we'll go ahead and knock out this barley field right here. And then I think that's where we're going to call it for the night once that field is done. Stay tuned for the next couple weeks, okay? So the reason why is Highland Fishing is coming out very soon here in the next couple weeks. And where am I going? Why don't we just go ahead and start planting? How about that? Let's just do that. I was about to put everything up. But anyways, stay tuned because Highland Fishing is coming out in a couple weeks, and we're gonna be doing a Let's Play series on that, and I'm gonna also be dropping a video learning how to fish. So very much a learn with me type video, and I think y'all are gonna enjoy that video a lot. We'll learn exactly what the fishing entails, what it does, how to do it. The sports fishing thing that was advertised for a little bit there that I've seen a couple things on. And then actually how much money does that fishing thing make, because if it makes a lot of money, like I think it's going to, it might be worth putting into this series if we can find a place for it. And then we'll go from there. I don't know. It's very high potential. It looks very fun. The equipment looks very fun as well. And the new crops look pretty cool too. So maybe there's productions with those. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure there are with the new crops. I'm pretty sure there's new productions with those new crops. So again, if it's worth it, we'll implement it into this series as well. But that Let's Play series will be a pretty good series, I think. Ooh, we never weeded that cotton field. So we're gonna have to spray. Yep. We have large weeds, so we're gonna have to spray that with herbicide. Whoopsie. I didn't mean to miss that. Oh well. Anyways. So, yeah, that Let's Play series isn't going to last for very long. But it'll last long enough. Probably through 50 episodes or so, give or take. And the first couple weeks that Holland is out, I'm going to be doing 2 videos a week on that one and 1 video a week on this one. And then once the hype goes away for Holland fishing, we'll switch it to 1 episode of Holland and then 2 episodes of $10 Million Challenge. So, yeah, let me know what y'all think about Holland fishing, if you're excited for it, if you're kind of indifferent about it, if you're not a fan of it. Let me know what you guys are thinking. I think it's going to be awesome, honestly. I think there's a lot of mod potential too for that. So I'm kind of excited to see the mods that come out for this one as well. But yeah, let's go ahead and get this field done right quick. Won't take us too long. And then we'll probably wrap up the episode at that point. Alright, we are all done with that field. And yeah, we'll plant canola whenever we come back in the next episode. So, with that being said, we're going to leave this case and the planter right here. We'll take care of the John Deere and the Kinsey planter here in a little while. But if you like this episode, if you enjoyed this episode, go ahead and smash that like button for me. Also, if you're new to the channel or you just enjoy this type of content, make sure you hit that subscribe button so that way you can get all of the notifications from this channel every time I do post a video. But I will see you guys in the next one, and as always, thank you guys so much for watching. Y'all have a great day.